For Biafra must be restored, for there is nothing the enemies can do about it. We have come that the will of the Most High may prevail. Radio Biafra is unorthodox. The way we do things are markedly different from how others do it. We are under divine instruction. We have come that Chukwukika may take control of these very proceedings this evening, for we are nothing without him. O Elohim, Chukwukika unto thee we repose all that we are. Do not allow your children IPOB to be put to shame. Do not allow us to be devoured by the hands of the wicked. Do not allow us, O mighty one, to fall prey to those who do not know thee. You will deliver us, not because we are righteous, but because of your mercy. Hear our cry and our supplication. We are not armed. We have not killed anyone. We have not jailed anyone. We have not done anything at all to warrant the level of destruction and carnage being visited upon your children. The same way Israel suffered, so is Biafra suffering today. And if you, Elohim, can deliver Israel, so will you deliver Biafra. That is our hope. That is our anchor of everything that we hold dear as a race and as a people. You brought Biafra that light may come into Africa. You gave us hope because we are in a continent of hopelessness. And by thy grace, Biafra shall be restored. We shall be resurrected. We shall crown our efforts with the glory by the grace of the Most High himself. We are not strong. We do not pretend to be strong. All we do is to submit ourselves to your will, that your will may be done upon our lives. We have lost many people. We have lost so many good people. Their sacrifice will never be forgotten. We shall honor them, and for their sake Biafra will come. Israel lost people, and today Israel is here as a beacon of hope in a land filled with darkness. We beseech thee, Elohim, because we are wandering all over the world, hoping against every hope that things will turn around for the better. It has never turned around for the better. Instead, it is getting worse. Please do not abandon your children. You have given us a commission, and we must accomplish it in our lifetime. We have come to honor your holy name. We have come to praise thee. We have come to honor thee, that your name may be glorified, adored, and praised forever and ever. Ise, Ise, Ise. I welcome each and every one of you, wherever you are all over the world, and I ask
Uh, Good morning. Good morning, fellow comrade and lovers of freedom, and good afternoon and good evening, depending on your time zone. This is Biafra Radio, and today is the 8th day, year of our Lord 2025. It's approximately 9:45 a.m. here in United Kingdom. This is the continuity of the trial of our leader in Abuja, Theological Republic of Nigeria. And today we still continue with on-spot account and updates, whatever that have transpired on that court. And today myself is here, Mazi Kechukwu is here with me. I'm just going to bring Mazi Kechukwu to introduce himself to Biafrans. And intermediary, we'll be playing a couple of videos before we come back for dive into the analysis this morning. Mazi Kechukwu, if you can hear me, can you introduce yourself, please?
Thank you, Mazi George. Good morning, fellow Biafrans. Good morning, lovers of freedom all over the world. It is good morning from my location where I am this today, and we are here as we promised to give you updates, live updates on what is going on in the Federal High Court Abuja in regards to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case today. So you're all welcome, and we'll try as much as we can to keep you updated and educated as well. And they won.
Yeah, thank you, Maz. Thanks very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. We're gonna play a couple of videos, just to buttress what is happening. Probably most of the things. There's some videos we're not gonna play. Videos we need to actually comment on when they're playing. But firstly, there's this specific video that I want to play concerning a man that talking about the treatment of the Igbos. And Mazi Kechukwu, like you rightly said, you see what happened yesterday, the distraction, because they found out that the distraction is no longer working. Whomever they arrested, they have left the person, and because they understood that we head on with them in the media as well. So, and there was no charges. All this whole thing was just to damper our leaders appearing in court. But they continue to make that mistake. They continue to lay their minds, they will be falling on it. So, but we see the young man yesterday being let out. I saw it in social media because everything comes down in social media. That comes back to your word that he said that all these things were systematic. They planned it. They want to use it. Yeah. So, but at the end of the day, we are sojourning on. We're not gonna back down. So yeah. So yeah, Mazi. I'm gonna continue playing the video, but I just wanted to make sure that our people understand that some videos we're gonna be playing that we will be commenting on. But firstly, I think the most important one. Let me play this before we come back, Mazi. Then we can comment on the videos we're supposed to play.
Gone.
So how do you prescribe people without naming them? Is that even prescription?
That is because they don't want to mention Fulani. That was under Buhari. Yes. This prescription came under Buhari, and he didn't want to mention his kinsmen as a terrorist group. So when you add all this things together, you will now see that there is injustice against Nnamdi Kanu. It's as simple as that. Deliberately, not that it was a mistake or something. And why it has become a state policy is what I don't know. From Nnamdi Kanu now, it has spread to every Igbo man. And that's why the Igbos are saying we want to leave Nigeria, because it's like they are hated. Yes, now it's like the Igbos are hated. You remember what Buhari said that made them to put down this thing on Twitter, when it was Twitter.
Say you go talk to them in the language.
And then there's like we are in a dot in a circle and all that. So how can you hate the people so much as a leader?
But why do you think they hate Igbos anyway?
In fact, up to today, I have been thinking, Precious, I have not seen one single reason, except that what the Igbos don't like injustice. Nothingness. They don't like.
But by Mr. Darlington, inside the Igbo land, injustice no day. That's the question.
Hold on.
Because the leaders of Igbo land also they do injustice to their fellow Igbo people. The way they develop their region, that will not be injustice.
Listen very well. Sir. Don't conclude.
Sorry, sir.
Now, the problem the Igbos have with every other part of the is because of this injustice, and then two, we don't like hero worship. If you want an Igbo man to come and lick your boot, it will never happen. We don't do it. I think that is one of the reasons why they hated them. The Igbo man depends on what he can do with his hand and with his brain. Oton, these are the things that are making them to hate him. Nothingness. An Igbo man don't have time for hero worship or somebody who will come and be what's it called? Teleguiding him, telling him what to do and what not to do. Count the Igbo man out. So these are part of the reasons. Apart from that, I didn't say any other thing. They are the most diligent, the most peaceful ethnic group in Nigeria. So is that not something to hold on to? Since the creation of this country called Nigeria, is there any time you heard that the Igbos were rioting, killing people, burning houses and all that of their own? Or
how many other tribes they drum?
It's very common here. And I remember when the OPC was holding sway with Gani Adams, during June 12th. Or was it not Igbo proper that they used to settle their score whenever they are fighting with the Northerners? Because Babangida are not June 12th. The North, rioting is like a everyday occurrence now. And who do they use to settle the matter? Is it not Igbos? So, left or right, the Igbo man has been suffering in Nigeria for something he did not even know. That is the truth. They hate their gods. They hate their diligence. They hate their industry. Pressure, that is the only problem the Igbo man have committed in Nigeria. Their industry. Their managerial skill. Their capacity to turn, what do you call it? Stone into bread. These are the things that they made them to hate the Igbo man. Because they be wondering, after the war, how come these people are now holding the economy of this country?
So, Barrister Darlington, do you agree with Kano's brother when they talk, say, now criminal elements, they take advantage of Nnamdi Kanu continuous detention, so they cause this katakata where they do organ harvesting. In fact, he say most of the people where they don't even catch for inside the south, say most of them don't even speak Igbo language.
Of course.
So, believe say most of them no be Igbos.
No,
but there's someone they don't catch, but like the person who kill the lawmaker for Anambra State, should be like Igbo language they speak. When they say, so now, how you go use marry those two?
Now listen very well.
Okay,
you see, whenever there is a problem, there's something we call collateral damage. Yes, in the course of pursuing these people, there are some renegades who will take advantage of what is going on to cash in on it and make some money. Like when these terrorists were brought into Igbo land, some other Igbo young men who felt that these people are making money, so let me now join them. Something like that. You know, they say example is better than precepts. So it is these few people that have now taken advantage of what they brought to us, that they now say they are the people doing all this thing. I'm not saying that yes, there are no bad guys in Igbo land. There are. But there are very few. And they were not bad until these people came into Igbo land. Yes.
The person make them bad.
Exactly.
How?
That they took advantage of. Kidnapping is not in our culture now. It wasn't.
Is there anybody who did their culture?
Of course. You know the people who were doing it. The people from Niger Delta, they started the kidnapping the white men because of degradation.
So you mean say kidnapping the blood of Niger Delta people?
I said they started it in Nigeria. Everybody know. In fact, militancy started there. That was why they gave them amnesty. Militancy started in Niger Delta. And you and I know the reason.
So then if they ask you the occupation of Niger Delta people, go say na militant.
I say most of their boys, what are they doing?
And kidnapping.
What else were they cannot farm, they cannot fish. Their land has been messed up. So what do you think they would do
so next? Farming and fishing not be part of your occupation anymore.
I said
now militancy and kidnapping.
Because those things have been taken out of them. They resorted to telling kidnapping Oyibos and other prominent Niger Delta before for spoiling their land.
So people when they Shagamu forest now where they kidnap
I said people. I said they started it. These other people now copied it.
Which other people?
This other part of the country, these other young men in the other part of the they now took advantage. And yes, and now,
so Niger Delta set example.
Upgraded it. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. From history, it started in
but
as I did the Kubo and his group, they made a lot of money when they were giving amnesty. It happened in this country.
All right.
So what I'm not saying is that it started somewhere. These other people now copied it because they saw the money they were making out of it.
So that means the Igbo boys where they kidnap now, where they do organ harvesting.
They learn them from
them.
Yeah,
so to do Ogwego, money medicine, jazz, and to get quick rich. Now Igbo man, Niger Delta people, Igbo people learn them from.
We are talking of kidnapping. We are doing Ogwego and what they are talking of kidnapping and militancy.
So when they do organ harvesting, not be kidnapped, they kidnap people. They do organ harvesting.
Militancy. We want to.
Barrister Darlington, when they kidnap people, organ harvesting, not be kidnapped the first kidnap person before they use and do organ harvesting. If they do money medicine to use person do ritual killing, not be kidnapped, they kidnap people they use do ritual killing.
Hold on.
So how did the kidnap start that they will use it and do money ritual killing?
Well. Look, let us not miss of please.
Okay, sir.
Kidnapping and militancy started in Niger Delta. And I'm giving you the reason.
But I'm telling you that
they not copied it. So this thing they started in Niger Delta. When they gave them amnesty and the thing stopped, these other people now felt that
so to copy in ritual killing from Niger Delta.
We didn't start ritual killing here now. We are talking
about that is ritual killing. They start by kidnapping the person.
Please don't mix it up. I'm not talking
that kind of kidnapping another branch.
We are not talking of ritual killing here now. We are talking of militancy and kidnapping for ransom.
Okay, sir.
Militancy and kidnapping for ransom.
It did not mention ransom before.
That was what they were making money out of it now.
No problem.
It was from there now that when they gave them amnesty, the thing now stopped in Niger Delta. Then these other boys who felt that they had been left out now took it from them. That was how it started. Something started somewhere. You must go to the origin of anything that you are trying to discuss.
All right. So by in a nutshell,
they upgraded it.
In a nutshell, any ECN person will kidnap or anything, or any IP will kidnap, then learn them from Niger Delta.
It started there. It started in Niger Delta. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes. And I tell you the reason. I gave you the reason because the boys have nothing to do. Their land has been messed up. They can't farm, they can't fish.
All right.
So what do you think they will do?
Thank you, Barrister. What
do you think they will do?
Cap and open the Kano story. So as this is the Kano story day like this, when you don't talk, say federal government won't leave them there perpetually. How you see this matter to end now like this? It
cannot be perpetually or ad infinitum.
Considering what they go on with in case with Bintanyaku, before Bintanyaku, and then the High Court, the Chief Judge of the High Court giving back the case to her.
There is nothing that started that cannot end. It has never happened.
Okay.
I know that one day they will release Nnamdi Kanu. It's a matter of time and patience. I told you that Abacha's CSO, Al-Mustafa, he was there throughout Obasanjo 8 years. Abi? At the end of the day, did he not come out? So the only reason why Nnamdi Kanu is there is because Aniboman is not in Aso Rock. That's the fact.
All right, sir.
That when Tinubu entered Aso Rock, was it not when Sunday Igboho and Sowore were released? Is that not
so if Igboman don't ever enter Aso Rock, then be saying Nnamdi Kanu go continue.
Why not? They cannot. It's not possible. He will come out whether Igboman is there or not. Even the Sowore now that is the being pampered, all the things Sowore have done, if any Igboman do half of it, he will not come out of it now.
All right.
This other one that happened like that, they say he's calling an IGP, an illegal IGP and all that. They did not release him and he came to do a marathon race here in Lagos. And this even sat where the governor was supposed to sit.
All right, thank you.
So Sowore has been pampered, and I told you before, he is Tinubu's boy. That is why that guy.
The same Sowore where they attack for this
leave this thing.
Marathon where they run.
I said leave that thing.
The same Sowore where they attack for this marathon where they
leave that thing.
Now you say na Tinubu boy.
Why did you go and sit where the government? Okay,
so because he's Iranian governor, now make a Tinubu boy.
Hold on. All the cases have been happening over the years. Why have you not gone in for any of them? Why have you not gone in for any of them? Tell me. After all the gra, they will release it.
Has Tinubu always been the president of Nigeria?
Is that what?
Has Tinubu always been the president of Nigeria?
Has he been?
Has he always been the president of Nigeria?
Who?
Tinubu.
He has not been now.
So why you say all the cases which already get?
But since Tinubu came, when he came in from London, after what is that protest? Who cleared the way for him to land after he was declared one time? After that, I had 2 other cases. All of them they just talk, arrest him and release him.
All right.
Why is it so?
Thank you.
But let somebody try it now. Pressure. Let somebody do half of what he has done, and see whether you not be inside.
Thank you so much, Barrister.
This IPOB that people are talking about.
Good morning, and again, Mazi Takano have just joined us in the studio here. Mazi, can you just introduce yourself, please, before we continue?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mazi. My name is Takano. I'm a member of IPOB Germany and the brother to Mazi Takano.
Yes,
good
Mazi,
morning, good afternoon, and good night according to your time zone. Thank you very much for having me.
There, well, Mazi, thank you. Mazi Ikechukwu, I think you're all ears. I think you're here, Mazi. Mazi Ikechukwu Biafra, if you can hear me, please indicate.
Yeah, Mazi, I can hear you actively here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mazi Takano. Morning.
Yeah,
good morning.
Mazi. Yeah. So, as this panelist this morning, we're gonna kick off by try to, overview what transpired yesterday in court before we play some videos that we might, try to throw more light to people what has transpired. Yesterday, we know what happened. A couple of videos that were played yesterday, and we didn't hear much of it from the media, even though they were there. Mazi Kanunta, I don't know your takes on that, because a couple of those videos they played, that one is not in their own favor. No one is talking about it, but we got some videos here actually to remind them in their own words, So please, if there's anything you can say, go on, please, Mazi.
Thank you, Mazi, and thank you to our listeners, wherever you are listening from. You see, what transpired yesterday in the court is very, very laughable, like Onyendu usually said those days, that whenever he is broadcasting in Radio Biafra, that both the politicians and all the elites in Nigeria, all of them will run into their bedrooms with their transistor radio, to go and listen to Radio Biafra and what he's saying. And that has been proven again yesterday, because in the court, a lot of broadcast of Onyendu was played, dating as far back as 2015, and I think in California, when he spoke to, World Igbo Congress. And so many other ones where he was talking about the death of the daughter of Panfasharanti, a renowned Yoruba man, of blessed memory. Now, these things were discussed yesterday in the court. And at the end of the day, I was expecting the media to come out and to play exactly what Onyendu said, what was, shown in the court as an exhibit, to the Nigerian people, so that everybody will hear, But in this case, all of them kept mute. They did not carry it. It's only written there that George accepted the exhibit. That is why George is in the court. Anything written as an exhibit, he has to accept it. But it's still the sole responsibility of the media who are seated in the court to come out and tell us exactly what that video is all about. But very unfortunate, yesterday they were unable to do that. But the day before yesterday, they came out, they were peddling fake news through that very regional manager of Vanguard called Sonny Daniels, peddling fake news because he was sponsored by DSS. But yesterday, we were still expecting this is claiming to be a journalist. He could not do it. That tells you that everything they brought there was not in favor of the government. Rather, it was brought out for them to educate our people. Because what Onyendu said, what Mazzi said, that were coming, and today they are there. So everything he said in that video that was played out yesterday in the court It's happening today. So nobody can deny that. That is why it was too shameful for them to play it. Meaning that at the end of the day, that Radio Biafra they don't want to listen to. They were forced to hear it. Thank you, Mazi.
Yeah, thank you. Having some intermediary, but it's fine. Yeah, it is quite laughable, like you rightly said, because Onyendu has always said is that when Onyendu come on air, he will reiterate again that everybody, those are listening under their wife rappers, but now, as he said, it's been proven. Now, like you said, as the reason why they wouldn't play those videos to the public to hear what Onyendu actually said. Just like when the first evidence, the so P1 give his own evidence, what Onyendu do, they brought Onyendu belongings, everybody was flabbergasted. So the distraction was there. And yesterday now, all the videos, things Onyendu said, even themselves have been saying the same thing. Picking up arms, Gowon have come and tell people to pick up arms and defend themselves. He said it publicly because he was one that killed Biafran, but at a time when they start killing their own people, now he find it fit that their people should defend their own self against the Fulani marauders and terrorists from the Sahel. Mazi, can we get your own perspective on this, please? Because you are the person that actually, nailed it yesterday. What was their intents and purposes? Mazi, you can hear me.
Yeah, so Mazi, just Mazi Kano rightly pointed out regarding the activities that happened in court yesterday, which the Nigerian brand envelope gutter media have refused to update the member of the public as they should do. Even after misleading member of the public with wrong information regarding their headlines and reports on the previous day in court before yesterday, they've gone into shame after what happened in court yesterday. After the video that was played, the voice recording that was, the video recording that was played in court yesterday. It was a shame to them because they were probably expecting to see where Mazi Namdekano made dangerous, incisive comments or words or command, as they would love to put it, to his followers to carry out a heinous crime or terrorist activities against the state, against the Nigerian state. But to their greatest surprise, even the side of the video which they cut out, the one they played, was actually where Mazi Namdekano was speaking about what is happening in the country and his sympathy for humanity, his stand that everybody have the right to live, to be free, to be safe, and also everyone have the right to defend his to defend his or herself wherever he or she may be and whenever attacked. It is obvious that the Nigerian state don't have a solution to the terrorism organizations, the Fulani herdsmen, the Boko Haram, and this foot soldier of the Fulanis, these foot soldiers that have crossed the border and enter into Nigeria from the northern region of Nigeria and found themselves in the southwest and southeast especially, and causing havoc. There has been reports over reports, documented reports over reports, and Nigerian government has found no solution to it. Then it's all have to resort to self-defense. Mazi Namdekano is not the first person that is not the only person that would have called for self-defense. Even the former president of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, have come out, cry out, and call for self-defense. He has cried out what's happening with the Fulani herdsmen, even in his own state, and call for self-defense for Nigeria to arm themselves, and then defend themselves. Professor Wole Soyinka have done so before, have done the same thing as well. He was mute all the while until Fulani herdsmen went to his lovely farm, probably some few plot of land, and ate up his vegetable and carrots. And he came out shouting and crying because people have been dying, people have been complaining. It doesn't seem to him like anything until they ate up his carrot. And then he came out crying and called for self-defense if the federal government cannot defend Nigeria. So we have even former military generals, retired military generals in Nigeria coming out saying, no, this is going out of hand. And of course, for self-defense. The latest of the prominent people in Nigeria that has called for self-defense is the DSS, the chief of DSS himself. Who DSS happens to be the one prosecuting Mazi and Kanu. Their own chief of whatever, their lead, their number one person in DSS has come out and said this has to resort to self-defense. Organize yourself, make sure you are well protected, and you have to defend yourself first, because the first line of defense have to be first self-defense before you can get external help. Otherwise, whatever happened to you will be too late, even before help comes around. So it was very, very it was not what they were expecting. The video that was played yesterday in court, where Mazi Khan is advocating for people to defend themselves if the government cannot defend them. Some of the words which I have used in the past, I'm not saying it is exactly what was played in the court yesterday because I wasn't there, but I know some of the words which Mazi Khan has used in the past and which he normally use is defend yourself anywhere you go. If they have come to unalive you, defend yourself. If they unalive you, unalive them back. Nobody's going to help you. You are the only person that will help yourself. He has used words like we have to come together, organize ourselves, and defend our land. He has used words like ESN is not a Nigerian, is not a Biafran army. ESN is a vigilante to guide and protect our land. You see, even ESN was not set up as an attacking force, and to great extent they are not even set up and equipped to defend. They were actually set up, equipped to protect with the little they could have, probably with sticks and men on ground combing the bushes just to protect what we have. What we are left with, our farmlands, our forests, and houses, and security of our forest. They are set up to protect it from marauders, from people, foot soldiers that have find their way from Futajalon to our land. These strange individuals that have occupied our bushes and causing havoc and mayhem day in, day out. So it was a shame for them to go back and report this is what this man said, this is what is playing in court yesterday. And then just as we forced them here in UK some times ago to mention the word Biafra repeatedly, for the first time in the history of United Kingdom, to mention the word Biafra repeatedly in their own court. Nigeria has been forced to play Biafra Radio openly and officially in their own court. This is no longer hiding under your wife's wrapper and listening to Mazi Khan. This is now playing in their own court. And we all know that wherever that gospel of salvation is played, things happen. And I believe things have started happening. and will continue happening no matter how they hid it. Going forward to what I said yesterday concerning the tactics of distraction and the tactics of delay and distraction, it doesn't seem that the delay is working as much as they would want. Having known Nigeria very well, I know they wouldn't stop looking for excuses and a way to delay. Their tactics doesn't seem to, it worked to some extent, but doesn't seem to work much. And they are redoing most of the things they did, but they shouldn't cut us on our, they shouldn't catch us unaware. We also have to be vigilant because they might also be devising another means of distraction, especially to the general public. So I will pause for now, and then Mazi, I will carry on. But that's what's happening now.
Yeah, thank you. As we wait for our man on the ground to join us soon, Mazi Lawman is going to be joining us in the studio here to give us some spot account of what is going on in Abuja. But before then, the previous video I played, Mazi, I want to play a couple short videos. Excuse me. Just we see they talked about the NSAS and what happened in Obi. Nobody talked about Obibo massacre, what actually transpired in Obibo. I saw what Wike did in Obibo. They massacred our people. No one. There was no inquiry till tomorrow morning. You know, the properties, the people, they are in their own land. You know, Obibo is Biafra land. And they brought a stooge, a man. That's why today is the so-called Abuja. I don't know what his position they give him in the territory of Abuja. That he's heading them there. He left his own state. Iguacha is in chaos right now because governor been suspended. Such thing never happened. You know, president is suspended. Governor that was elected by the public, by the citizens, and a man will suspend that person because of godfatherism in the zoological republic. So we will play some videos just to remind them, whatever they're saying, that the self-defense is a fundamental right. You cannot wait somebody to come and kill you. You have to defend yourself. For all the things they have done, let's see a couple two videos, and even the NSAS, the way they murder the civilians, those that came out to protest against the organ harvesting that they've been using NSAS to do for years. You know, so all these things are played in. Let's see the first video we'll play, and will
Alpha Power Media International.
Now this is for the DG. So, Mazi, this is the event that happened on NSAS. This is what happened. Imagine, these guys is like they're in the war front. Kind of, you see the machine gun, they were shooting on civilians. That happened in Lekki Gate, if I'm not mistaken. That is where this took place. And I think this caught by their own camera or people that actually recorded them when they were doing this. And today they were telling you that Mazi Nnamdi made an incisive comment to public. But they were using machine gun to mow down civilians that came out to protest against the illness of the government. Mazi Nnamdi, your take?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, it's very, very sad. You know, like the issue there was NSAS. And up to today, nobody's talking about NSAS and what happens after murdering so many people. You know, that the country is in a place where somebody will come and tell you that, oh, only 10 people were killed. Only 10 people were killed. You just have to multiply it by 10 to get exact figure of the number of the people who were killed. People were protesting because of NSAS. Something was happening in the country. And up to today, they did their funny, they set up their own funny inquiry commission that never came up with a conclusion up to today. What happened during the NSAS? The issue here is that people were harvesting organs of innocent Nigerians who have been arrested. And up to today, they've not been able to tell us who are the people behind this harvesting of organs. Who are the people benefiting from it? I didn't know, I was reading there was one newspaper I was reading. They said that Nigeria is the highest donor of organs in the world, one of the highest in the world. Then the question is, where are they getting these organs? That justifies the answers. And up to today, nobody has said anything about it. Look at the killings that took place there. These are military shooting innocent people. Why they are shooting their own colleagues? Maybe the Yoruba soldier who was behind was recording what was happening. And tomorrow somebody will come out and be preaching one Nigeria. What are you preaching one Nigeria about? What is one Nigeria all about? You don't want change. Even when people try to demonstrate or to agitate because they want a change, you just crush them like that. You know? I mean, it's very, very sad. It's very, very sad, and nobody can accept such a thing. If you kill my own brother and kill my own sister, how do you think I'll be looking at the security agents when I see them? You will look at them with hatred, because what these people are asking is something that will benefit everybody. It's only when it happens to them, when they pick any of them or pick their own children and kill them and harvest their organs, that is when they understand the pains common people are passing through in Nigeria. So Nigeria, I would say that Nigeria is a place. They don't react except when something happens. And that is why it's very, very bad in that country. They don't learn and they don't want to learn. All they are after is just how to loot. Is there any way we can loot? And funny enough, after looting, they don't even know what to do with the money. You don't have a good life. You don't have a good road. You don't breathe a good air. What else then are you doing with the money you're stealing? You can't even better your people. So what is the need then? Stealing. This is how it is. And I would say, then the then administration, they failed because they were only after conquering every part of Nigeria. That was why that bloody man there was just killing people with his kingsmen, going everywhere, killing with impunity and without anybody challenging them. Even those that tried to speak against the atrocities, they were all suppressed through one way or the other. And that is very, very sad. Very, very sad. SARS should be abolished in Nigeria. And those people who are responsible, who were heading SARS, barracks and all these things, should be arrested and jailed. When I mean jailing them, is just either to hang them by death or to be given life imprisonment. Thank you.
There were Mazi. Mazi Kechuku, as we just watched this NSAS video, because that was one of the things they talked about in the courts about Onyendu's comment on what happened. But as we can watch this video, even in the war front, you can't hear this kind of gun blazing. But the world must understand that this is actually military ruling their arm against the innocent civilians. Mazi.
Yeah,
Mazi,
yeah, Maz. Well, it's quite unfortunate. The scene that you just watched, and
Mazi, I don't want to cut you off. So 1 minute. We just have our man coming now. Let's see if he can just give us up there before we continue with our analysis. Mazi Lawman, can you hear me, please?
Very well, I can hear you. Good morning from Abuja.
Good morning from here. Izaid, please introduce yourself and give us what you have.
Okay, thank you very much, Mazzi, for bringing me on. Once again, it is good morning to everybody. Good morning to fellow Biafrans. Good morning to conscientious people. I must say, good morning to friends and lovers of freedom, those who are very, very particular about freedom. I mean, those that are yearning for freedom. Biafra inclusive, the people of Biafra, and other marginalized people around the world. Today, as we all know, was said to be the final lap or the very day amongst the final lap of this very case until the day of judgment. However, I wouldn't want to dwell on that, but we are in court. The court has delayed our trial because of a sort of ruling. They said they want to give people whose case were before us, so we had to wait. But right now, court has commenced, we are here. Most of us have been here since, say, 2 hours plus, thereabout. And our legal team are well represented. And the prosecution, the legal team, I must say, is well represented. The prosecution is here too, so the court has just commenced. I have nothing much to say because this is still morning, but expectedly, a lot of things are going to happen today, spanning from the continuation of exhibits, possibly more clips or documents, as the case may be, which they believe will support their charges. So on the other hand, we are also set to cross-examine, to also put to book the witness in question, whatever thing they would, bring up. So let us see how it goes. We might see more objections. Yesterday, the defense team did object the prosecution, the prescription of IPOB as a terrorist organization, which was done in September 2017, if I'm not mistaken, sequel to the invasion of our leaders' home state. I think that should be on September 2017, when the then Army Defense Chief, what's that his name? Buratai. I stand to be corrected, I'm sure. Anyway, so
Yes,
the prosecution document was flaunted yesterday, but was objectively, by our defense team, put that this very document is, should not be flaunted because it is still even pending on in the appeal court, so to speak. Let me not say beyond this point. I won't say beyond this point until after some time. But it's very important as well to open the floor that our court proceedings have commenced. So thank you very much, Mazi, Umeh, and others, all of whom are here present, as well in the studio. From now, hear from us intermittently, and also follow us on our thread, on Facebook. So that is it, Mazi, for now. I will stand by. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you. Done very well. Thank you. Yeah, Mazi, could you please carry on? Sorry for that. We need to get this update.
Yeah, quite an informative update there from Mazi Lawman. Thank you very much for your good work, Mazi. As the court has commenced, we will follow up from here and then keep updating our listeners on what's happening. As I was earlier saying concerning the NSAS and what happened during the NSAS, we can all agree and that there has been a new trend. We're no longer new now, but at some point there is this trend or this pattern of killings that that was not associated with the Nigerian security forces before, but then we started seeing at some point in time. And this that time, the time we start seeing this kind of attitude and towards killing, rejoicing towards killing, also happens to be, coincidentally, also happens to be, or understandably also happen to be, the time we have this large influx of Fulani herdsmen, foot soldier from Futajalons crossing the border from the Sahel into Nigeria to cause havoc. And then it also corresponded with the time we have the time the federal government under Mohammed Buhari introduced what we call repentant bandits, repentant Boko Haram or repentant terrorists, and then incorporating them into Nigerian army. Now, what am I talking about? You can see that when these killings were happening in the forests, in our land, and even across other regions of Nigeria, most especially the southwest and the southeast, and south as well. Not to fail to mention the middle belts, who I would say, I must admit, particularly suffers and still suffering the largest attack from these terrorists. You see that these people have a pattern of videoing themselves while committing this heinous crime. We've seen a lot of video when they were in Biafra land with a machine gun firing into community houses, not minding whom the bullets might hit. We've seen them videoing themselves, unaliving people, shooting, beheading, and doing a sort of thing, and joke about it. They video it, they post it on platforms, even in Facebook platform. You don't need to be a wizard in technology for you to know that, or in IT for you to know that it is very easy for you to trace videos. It is one of the most easiest thing for you to trace a video posted, because there are a lot of ways for you to find out the first time the video came into the public space, which account posted the video first, and then how to apprehend whoever that is connected to the account. There are also ways you can also trace where the spot the video was taken and the time it was taken, just like pictures and other things. It's also possible in pictures for you to know where a picture was taken, when it was taken, and which device, and the person connected to the device that took the picture first. It is very easy. It is not high end. It is not high end technology. It is one of the most common technology that even a human being an individual can get if he just have what it takes to financially to pay for it. So it is not as if it is something that is rocket science to do. So these people have a way now, introduce, or we start seeing them having joy in videoing when they are committing this heinous crime, where they are, even when they are sacking villages and villagers from their village, when they are land grabbing and doing all sorts of things. They find a way, they derive joy in videoing it and posting it online. Now, what am I saying? We all know how other terrorist groups in Nigeria and outside Nigeria, how they behave, especially those one, we all know most of them are connected to a particular religion. How they go on videoing, making a video, even a film of how they behead people in the name of whatever reason they do that. Now we see this trending when these people come into Nigeria, how they video all this thing and then put online. Now, can you now link that into this video that we've seen now playing during NSAS, and even the ones that have played that have happened before then and after then, within this Nigerian military and other security agencies operation? How do you see the person that is video? This video that you play now, Mazi George. Could you see the video who was videoing this person? You can agree with me that this video is being videoed by the next person, on that armor tank.
Mm-hmm.
The person videoing this person is also on that armor tank, videoing where this guy is doing that.
Because
And
it's
we have
very
seen a lot
close,
of
you
them.
can see it on top of it.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of them. The one that was carrying machine gun in Biafra, I don't. The video is not. You don't have it to play now. Maybe we'll get it later. The one that was carrying machine gun in Biafra land and shooting into communities, shooting into villages,
Yes, but
and
radical
they're
in
all
people's
healing.
homes. Yeah.
Now, if you go back to 15 years ago or 20 years ago, you can't tell me that Nigerian security forces, there's no this kind of attitude has never been in them. Even when they go for operation, no matter how the public might want to see the operation, either for good or for bad, you will never see them videoing themselves doing anything. If you ever see any video of them coming outside, it might be from people that are far away videoing with their phone. But we are talking about people now videoing where they're unaliving people and doing all sorts of things. So where did this discipline come into Nigerian security forces? How did they find themselves having to be videoing when they're committing this heinous crime and then have the audacity to post it online? What signal are they giving? Who gave them this assignment to do and that they are trying to deliver the assignment? What kind of image are they trying to portray? What message are they sending to the general masses? Because you can only do this when you have one aim: to destroy, to intimidate, and to silence. You post this video to make people, to intimidate people that yes, we've done this. This is what will be for you if you don't want to, if you go against us, and nothing will happen. Now, coming into Nigerian security forces, be it the police, the military, the Air Force, and other DSS and other ones, for them doing this, it shows you that people who are not really part of them have come inside, have find themselves within them now. And this also correlates with the time we are still talking about repentant Boko Haram. You get a terrorist, so far they are full, and you don't kill them, you incorporate them into Nigerian army, and they are all having bigger rank than people that were already serving in Nigerian army. Most of them don't have the discipline of a properly trained military. They are all banditry in behavior, militant in behavior, and terrorism is in their blood. So it is just to let us know that the Nigerian military system, for security system, has been captured by these people. They have cemented their ground there. What they're now doing is the bidding of whatever plan they have, their blueprints, the bidding of the blueprint they have. This guy shooting on armor tank now, I can bet a lot, I can stake a lot to tell you, this guy is not a proper, him and the person that's videoing him is not a properly trained soldier. Of even as poor as Nigerian military is, it's not a properly trained soldier. These are part of those repentant Boko Haram, or people that you see that are not in the military. They gave this military uniform to come and commit this heinous crime. I'll tell you something, Mazi. It is not even easy for you to see a properly trained soldier. They send him on this kind of mission, and he will go and do it exactly this way. It is very difficult. Yes, I can tell you, Nigeria might be that worse, but people still have conscience. These ones that doesn't have conscience know where they came from, and people who send them the message know where they brought them for and put them inside this place. That is why we have seen reports and then complaining and mutiny coming from Nigerian soldiers in the recent past, talking about when especially soldiers from the eastern parts of the country and the south parts of the country, or if you are not part of the particular sect of religion, that when they go on operation against the Boko Haram, their fellow soldiers will be shooting them from behind. It's not even the opponent. Their fellow soldiers will be shooting them from behind, because if they find out that they are actually going after the people they call their own brother, they will start shooting them from behind. So most of the casualties Nigerian soldiers even lost are even people that were killed or they were unalive among the group that have gone for a particular operation. So it just shows how porous they are and things. And this thing happened during NSAS. A lot of them happened. This was one of the videos that was able to circulate. Other ones also came out. I don't know how Nigerian government managed to get them wiped out of the social media. And who was who was the governor of Lagos State then? We know Fashola and his loyalty to the person Bola Ahmed Tinubu now. We also know how the whole issues go, the acting and how they were able to cover up this thing. And the role the British played in NSAS when Katrina Liang was still also the British ambassador to Nigeria. You know, NSAS was going and it was gaining that momentum. Everything was peaceful, and the Nigerian youth were also at the edge of getting justice and getting justice done to their demand. What happened? You saw Katrina Liang had a meeting with Tinubu at Bodilion in Ireland. Just few minutes after the meeting, even during or after the meeting, our leader came on air and was broadcasting and saying a certain meeting is going on between Katrina Liang and Tinubu. After this meeting, a lot will happen. That those youths that are protesting will be in danger, because he understands how British operate. You understand how they operate. That they will be in danger. That he actually predicted that they might be massacred as the meeting was going on, or as the meeting just finished. It took only less than 2 hours after the meeting before you start seeing disruption within them, people infiltrating them and disrupting the peaceful protest. And towards the evening of that very day, this video that we played started happening all through the night, through the whole day, and people were massacred. And shameful as it is, nothing was done about it. So this are kind of thing that come out that demoralize the people, demoralize them, put them into fear, and make them hopeless as people that were already conquered. But going by what I've said, this attitude and character we start seeing it in Nigerian military and other security forces after these people that came in from Futajalon and the Sahel, after they came into the land and they were incorporated into Nigerian military forces. Some of them were even given uniform. You can see the video circulating today where people were kidnapped and they were in the bush, they were being tortured. A lot of that kind of video have circulated already. You see those people, those kidnappers carrying gun and showing their face. What are they wearing? They are wearing this military camouflage. They are wearing this camouflage. So even when you see Nigerian military, people wearing Nigerian military uniform or this thing now, you just can't separate the security forces from the kidnappers and from the terrorists. And by extension, you won't be wrong to say they're all the same.
Yeah.
So that's what is happening, Mazi.
Yeah, well, the truth about this whole thing is that everything that is happening and unfolding already now, their purpose and agenda is one thing. The agenda is to make sure that Islamization agenda was the main purpose of all these people is saying. So most of all this video, like you said, is intimidating, but it's just them to tell you what they could do and how barbaric they are. So, or it's a mind game, and to create fear and pandemonium on people so people cannot speak out or do anything to rebel against them as well. And because they know that people does not have arms that they do, the government ate them, even when they told you that the Fulani herdsmen are the headers. But as they go in, the military are the one backing them up. So many stuff have happened. So let's just, again, we want to play a short video again, the one that happened in Obibo.
Mazi, I want to say something here, let me interject here.
Okay.
You see, from what Mazi Kechko said, you ask yourself, are there true soldiers in Nigeria? That is one question we need to ask ourselves. And the fact is, no, there is no. Look at what happened when they were begging people for recruitment in the Southeast. They were struggling to find people in Southeast because they knew people in Southeast now knows that they are the only ones they use as a sacrificial lamb. When they go out to confront protesters, or let it be in war front, the people that are being killed are Igbos. Biafrans are being killed. There are a lot of videos there showing the killing of soldiers. And who are they killing? They are killing the Igbos. As they are moving, their brothers are shooting from the back. There was one incident that happened, I don't know whether during NSAS or from the Shiite in Abuja. One of the officers was killed. They were putting it on the NSAS protesters or the Shiite Muslims, while a fellow soldier shot him from the back. Because, it's just a very simple thing. It's very simple forensic, experiment. It's just like you staying outside your house. You throw a stone, on your own glass. What do you think that happens? When it breaks, the split will fall inside. And if you throw it from inside, it will fall out outside. That is a very simple thing. But in this case, the people, they don't check all these things, but they will come out and be telling people stories. And I would at least say that there is no difference between the terrorists and the Nigerian soldiers. They all operate in the same system. They will kill, they will behead, they will rape, they will kidnap, they will burn homes and burn properties, businesses. That is what they do in the north. That is what they have practiced in Plateau, in Borno, Zamfara, in Benue. That is the same thing they are now doing in Southeast. That is the same thing they are doing in Southeast. That tells you that when you trace it, it's still the same people operating. The same people operating. Meaning that there are no true soldiers in the Nigerian army. Thank you.
There, Mazi, thank you. It's the same thing that happened, but even I think this one we're playing again in Iguacha is the same military that they use, to do it. It was just a short video of how because one of the things they talked about Iguacha again, when Iguacha incident happened, and Yeson Wike put him bond on Biafra, and Onyendu demanded 100 million on top of his head. Anybody would get his head for him because he put that bond up first. So that was in a response on his own words. But let's quickly see that video as well.
Hey! Hey! Jesus! Jesus! Hey! Hey! It is God Almighty. It is what's up. Oh my God! Hey! Hey!
Mazi, I don't even have a word to describe all this. It's just like the first video I played about the hatred for the Igbos, in particular in Igbo-speaking Biafrans. The person that did this is actually speaking Igbo as well, but they always use a stooge to do their work because before a man could come into your house to actually penetrate you, you have to use an insider. If he doesn't have insider, the person, there is no strength. So they have to use someone that looks like you to perfect their own agenda. So as we can see what happened in Iguacha, Mazi, this is what actually transpired in Iguacha. What they did to our people in Iguacha, the massacre that happened in Iguacha, just a short video of that. Because we are reminding them. I think this is one of the video they played. They talked about Iguacha in Onyendu's case one day. Mazi Kanunta. Maz, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yeah.
There are a lot of horrible things that happened in Iguacha during the NSAS that Governor Wike sent all manner of people to go into Obibo to massacre people. His concentration was in Obibo and no other place. Was in Obibo. That was why he concentrated. And he killed a lot of people. You know, he killed a lot. And such a man is allowed to walk freely today.
And
They burned people's homes. There was a siege all over in Obibo. And you know, the funniest part of it all these days, they don't want to accept people of Obibo to be part of River State. And they don't want other states to take over. If you watch, even if you go there, that the most undeveloped areas are in Obibo. Even though then that our people who settled in Iguacha were able to build a lot of houses there. And they went there and killed and destroyed a lot of things. And I remember very, very well that within this period of time, don't forget that Wike was dragged to ICC over alleged Obibo massacre. Are you aware of it?
Yes, I know.
And what happened today? They sit on it. And who are the people doing these things? It's the same British government.
Yeah, Britain, yeah.
They block everything. Anywhere they will veto, they will censor to make sure that we don't prosecute these idiots who are doing their bits for them. Do you know how many people who were killed in Iguacha, in Obibo, precisely? A lot. And that is why it's very difficult for people, on the people of Obibo and Igbos in general, to forgive Wike. And nobody will forgive him for what he did. They enjoy their lives today. You are protecting your children, but you are killing other people's children.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to.
Is anybody's blood in that country more important than another person's blood? The answer is no. We breathe the same air. You cannot take anybody's life when you know you can't give life. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you, Mazi. I think Mazi Kechuku, I think we'll move forward. Do we want to listen to, or do you have anything to add on this Iguacha issue, Mazi Kechuku? Mazi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Mazi.
Just briefly, if there's anything I had to add, so we can go to the next video. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'm here. While we wait for updates from inside the courtroom, the unfortunate event of Iguacha and Obibo precisely is something that will never be forgotten, and then an act that should never be forgiven. Wike really did terrible to people he claims he was governing, people whose security was supposed to be paramount to him. The massacre he committed, the atrocity he committed in Obibo, we just remind you what has been happening in the country, especially to Igbos. It just seems like you can do anything you like to them, to the Igbos. You can overrun them, even in the broad daylight, and nothing will happen about it. He boasted about it, did it, and continue boasting about it. Every effort done to bring him to justice is being blocked by Nigerian government and by extension the British government. But for how long will that be? Records can't be deleted. As far as things have been documented, there will be a time that a perpetrator of a crime will face justice. It might be delayed, but it will never. Justice and punishment, due punishments will never go unserved. enough of all this, enough of people coming to treat the Igbos anyhow they like, kill them at will, boast on top of that, and still goes around with high shoulder in the public. Enough of all that. And only time will tell. Obibo massacre was terrible. Thousands were killed. People, properties, and were destroyed. Our ladies and mothers and kids were forceful. They had forceful entry on them. The youth were disappeared. You see unalive bodies littered all over the street. And you can see video of for security forces tearing into people's home, even when they are inside their house, locked up inside their house, no movement. They tear into people's houses, one after the other, in a coordinated way. Took their time, both in the days, in the day and at night. Go into people's house one after the other and commit heinous crime about them on them. Every male, child, and adult have been kidnapped, unalive, and most of them you can see even their dead bodies today. Female were put into prisons, had forceful entry on them. Houses and properties were destroyed, just for someone to have a political position, to maintain his political position and gain more political favor from his paymasters from the northern Nigeria, from among the Fulanis, to be precise. Wike did very terrible, and what he did will never be forgotten. It will be reminded on him and even on his offspring. This is a promise that will be kept. Thank you, Mazi.
Do you know, sorry, let me interject here. Do you know why this thing happened? Up till today, we still have over 471 people dumped in Zaria prison in the north. People who were airlifted from Obibo with Nigerian Hercules plane. They are being dumped there till this day. And this is the atrocities committed by Buratai under the watch of British government in the name of late Buhari. And up to this day, nobody's being held accountable for what happened. And how did they reward these idiots? Was just to make them ambassadors, to stop them, to give them that protection, immunity, so that they won't be arrested or tried. And everybody kept mute and watching. While other people's children are lavishing in various prisons in the northern part of Nigeria, airlifted from Obibo because they were asking for their own betterment. And that is very, very sad. Very sad.
No, Mazi. Yes, just now let's go down to because issue of insecurity in Nigeria and several people and sectors, but now we want to hear from those that prosecute Mazi and themselves, now advocating for people to actually go into self-defense, that they are the first line of defense before the security agents now can appear because they don't have enough manpower. It is quite pathetic, but let's listen to it.
Boko Haram then had invaded Azari. They were shooting in an attempt to kidnap, and the community chased them. They killed some members of the community, but the community members killed all of them. The last guy, Khalid, climbed onto a tree and was firing. The community stood, they were resilient, and they killed Khalid. Since that day, there has not been one terrorist attack in Azari. As a matter of fact, the former head of state, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, said, and I quote, if we want to stop or curb this terrorism, we shall emulate the Azari example. Tafawa Balewa also happened to be a local government in Bauchi that was always in.
You know what? This video, I just want our listeners and Biafrans to understand who this man is. I know some people might not know who he is. Was the DG of DSS, and he's quoting people because we need to dissect this particular video. It's very, very important because everybody have revolved back to what Mazi and Kano stood for. The issue of we coming out to defend ourselves, even to go back to 2015 when Onyendu went to America, World Igbo Congress, and he told them, and I'll quote, he said that we need guns and bullets to defend ourselves because they are coming, and they are coming with assault rifle. When Onyendu went to Ezu River to go and cover what happened in Ezu River, Onyendu, in that particular journey, he met some Fulanese with AK-47. He knew they were coming. But what did they say? They called him a warmonger. And then some of them did not understand what was going on. But everything that our leader said happened in our eyes. Now, this man is the DG of DSS. And as we speak, the people that are giving evidence in the court are DSS recruited, people that don't even know who Onyendu was. But now, on his own word, we are going to take his word, on what he says here to public, to the Nigerians in the summit. And he's boldly saying this openly. And it's not being held in contempt of his word of advising community. Now he's praising community to stood against the terrorists. But we cannot fight against them. We cannot stand and fight for them. And let's go. Mazi, because I don't want you to just continue talking. I want us to intermediarily be talking about what he's saying because it's important to analyze it properly. Right? So I will allow him to go. And as we are listening.
In flames. And the people of Bogoro and some part of Tafawa Balewa, where the Sayawas are, rose up on one occasion. They knew their terrain better, climbed onto trees and mountains. And when the invaders came, they did not only repel them, they seized their weapons. And since then, you can attest to it that you hardly hear about Tafawa Balewa again. What I'm trying to say, the practical approach to mobilizing people, is that you have to get everyone involved. You do not expect the Nigerian Army, police, DSS, to protect every Nigerian or every community. It is not going to work. In the US, if you visit someone in the house, you will be shocked that when the guy hears a police siren, he will just pull his drawer, bring out his gun and keep it. So one of my hosts did that, and I asked him, why are you putting gun here? He said, well, if they are chasing someone and he enters my house, I'll shoot him first. And that is the layer we have to start thinking about. How can you create first line of defense? The military, police, and other security agencies are to deal with the bigger ones, the organized ones. But it is impossible for us to deploy it to every community in the country. It is unimaginable that any security agencies that has the resources to do it. So as we live here, we all belong to one community or the other. What we have to start experimenting is how we can make the community to prepare first, if the first line of defense for us. General Wahab said it clearly. And for me, there are 3 takeaways from his lecture. By the way, The general and I were guest speaker at one program in our office, so I'm not surprised that it's dexterity. He has developed some sort of expertise in what he does. But three things for me. He asked us a question. What is our own culture? Our culture is communal. We do things together. Festival together.
Mazi, everybody that listened to this man, if you go deeply and listen to his words, he found out that this man is actually saying the things Mazi Nani can have said in the past. Because the biggest problem we have is divergent culture that will never meet together. It's very, very important because he's going. But I'm just, the panelists here, you guys, I'm going to give you guys a chance to talk. So make sure you have your notes because we have to go into deep. But me, as a moderator, I have to say something as it goes forward. So what I'm taking from him, just like as he's going there, he starts talking about culture, he's going deeper. He have told you that he's not able, they're not capable to deal with all insecurity, that people need to man up, but they do not allow you to have a gun. He make references to America, forgetting that America has the First Amendment. Every man shall bear an arm. They don't have that right to bear arm. They have to have. Even the then gun, they will take them away. But now he's going into something that very there. And people must understand that all the word he's saying here, he must be a student of Radio Biafra as well. But as we go forward listening, because we have to talk about this, it's very, very important. Unless we have an interjection from our man on the ground, then we'll suspend it and then come back to it.
Ceremonies together, wedding ceremony, whatever. So why can't we fight some miscreants, some charlatans among us together? The community should say, you cannot come here. This is what Tafawa Balewa has done. If you go to that community to attack them, you'll be sorry for yourself. I challenge anybody to try it. And this is the way we have to do. We have to allow some level of armament for the communities, and they can serve as the first line of defense. Second takeaway from what the general said. All society approach is not the first time we are hearing. But what I'm saying, the way to do it is when we live here, those of us who have some influence, the elites in society, discuss with your communities, come to us, get some sort of approval and guidance, and then we can stop these criminals. You can imagine you call sector, let's say sector 4 or whatever, sector of the army, to come to this community if there's an attack. Before they even arrive there, if they attack another community, what happens? This is what we should take away from here. And lastly, he said something very instructive. By the way, I like Osman. He knows who to give time. Have you seen him around here? He has advised himself. So don't run into trouble like the CDS. Okay, so last thing he said to us, which is quite important, is that we should not make this another talk show. And that's why this is my intervention. That security starts from you. There's nothing that is new. 1870 something, I can't remember. The French Revolution, in the street of Paris, they were beheading people. We've had hijack of plane. We'll forget quickly. We've had the wet ear syndrome. We had so many. There's no Metassini and whatever. There will always be security problem. So when I hear people say this is security in Nigeria, as long as human beings exist, there will be security problem. The issue is the response. We have to take that mentality away. What is the security agencies doing? Who apart from a tree, knows that they want to come and cut him and remain standing. Only a tree. We have to get the communities to rise and defend themselves first. And the time to start it is now. When you move out from here, I do that every day. I come from a village in Ijebu land, Ogun State, and I talk to my people. I know the level of armament they are entitled to. I know how they organize themselves in quarters. We have 4 quarters. I am using my expertise to guide them. You cannot wait for the military to come and do everything.
Yes. Mazi Kechuku and Mazi Kanan Takano. We all have heard. So, Mazi, is there anything you want to tell us? Because if you ask me, I said the man has been listening to Onyendu. Go on, please.
Thank you very much. Here, what he's saying is not new. That is what everybody knows.
Yeah.
It's all about how do you want to understand it, and when do you want to take that into consideration. This is what Onyendu has been saying, that these people are coming since 2015. Nobody believed him, and now they're in every nook and crannies in the country, even in their own backyard, they are there. So you're not coming to tell us what we know. That's, that tells you that Onyendu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is as well again vindicated from all he had said. So if Onyendu said this, and the stupid Fulanis, some of them are example, the stupid Fulanis are forcing Onyendu or are forcing the Nigerian government to send Onyendu to prison like they did with Binta Nyako, because he said that we have to stop the movement of the Fulanis from Sahel to Nigeria. They said that he has to be killed. And now the DGDSS, Ajayi, is talking about it. Then what happens to him? Nothing. So that means that any person talking about inciting problem in the country, if you're holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu responsible, you should as well hold people like Obasanjo, hold people like T.Y. Danjuma, Gowan, and them Ajayi responsible for the same crime. But at the end of the day, what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said is the truth. What T.Y. Danjuma said is the truth. What DG Ajayi said is the truth, and Obasanjo, this is the simple truth. We have to tell ourselves the truth in that country as long as that place is concerned. And that is why people in Nigeria, they make one step forward and make 20 steps backwards, because nobody wants to hear this truth. And as long as I'm concerned, he did very well. Probably this is for other ethnicities to understand what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been talking about this while. It's not different from what he said. So I thank him for saying that openly. And I hope people should understand what he meant, his advice, and work with it. And at the same time, I will still tell them, even if people are doing this, protecting themselves, before you go to arrest, you don't arrest and start torturing the person. Try to do your own investigation to find out exactly what happened before you start torturing, before you start sentencing them to life imprisonment. Thank you very much, Mazi.
Thank you, Maz. Thank you. It's important. Mazi Kechuku, please. Maz, are you still there? Thank you.
To quickly buttress on that, you see the assertion or this stand that once you are arrested, or even prior to your arrest in Nigeria, you are guilty until proven otherwise, is very, very wrong. Nigeria is probably the only country I've seen practically doing that. As soon as you are made a target prior to your arrest or arrested, you are treated as criminal. I mean, even the lowest of the security security house you can go, maybe like a district police, not even the district police station. I mean, police unit that is built, that is in remote areas and other places, from as low as that or even the biggest security facilities that you can get in the country. Once you are there, once you come in and you are arrested, or even prior to your arrest, they already started addressing you as, oh, you criminal, come here. Even the person that doesn't even know what you did, they start calling you criminal immediately. So it is that thing that you're already a criminal when you have a case or when you are arrested, until you are proven otherwise in court, or most times proven otherwise by exchanging their paper notes, by exchanging naira notes, by exchanging money, by bribing. Let me just put it straight: by bribing. Otherwise, you are a criminal. That is one of the things that have eaten deep into the system, that are making people to be targets of a inhuman acts being committed against them by security agencies, even in broad daylight, and then nothing will come out of it. You see people even walking by because they're just used to it. They're just used to it, and then you then see people, even the generation that is coming up, their system, their brain has been programmed to that once you are having an interaction with police, to people even passing by, they just don't want to get involved because they know you are just as good as you must. Even if you come out of that interaction with police, you're not going to come out the same as you were before. You're probably going to be losing something, and have to do away with either your material time and in most cases both of them. So that is it. Now you go back to what this man is saying now. For the, what do you call it? Is it the DG of DSS? Is that what they call them, or what? But for someone that is holding a prominent position in the security, especially in the DSS that was supposed to be that highly professional in what they are doing, highly trained, intelligent, and have all the necessary resources available to them to protect people, to do whatever, to stand up to any challenges, and then solve any security challenges from the lowest to the highest. The sector of the security agency that is well funded like that, year in, year out, and that is well regarded in high extent, come out and tell you that you have to defend yourself because they don't even have enough. What is practically saying is that they can't defend you. That they can't defend you. You just have to defend yourself. You have to protect yourself. They can't protect you. Can't protect your life and your property. Just find something. We know you are hungry. We know you can't pay for your house rent. You know you can't even afford your kids' school fees. You can't even afford transportation. You're not looking good. You don't have shelter. Neither do you have clothes or anything. You can't provide yourself the basic amenities to live as a human being. But then find a way to get a stick or a knife, or just get something. Find a way to purchase whatever that you can to defend yourself, because with all that we are having, with all the resources that we have, with all the intelligence that we have at our disposal, and all the money, all the funding and everything, we can still defend you. In a sane country, right? In a sane country, that is enough to put the youth and the masses out for protest. Because he's telling you that this present government cannot defend you. By extension, he's telling you that the federal government cannot defend you. The president is not capable. The ministers and the Senate, they can't enact a law. and stand by it and make sure that it function. I mean, laws that can create a protective measures to defend its citizen and the citizens' life and their property. The ministers and other government parastatals cannot and are not interested in defending you. They can't, by all means. So this is what this man is telling you. And even him that is put in that position is just telling you that, see, he's just in that position that he can't defend you. And they're just going to keep killing you. There's nothing governments and him and other security agents can do about it. Tell me again, what else will you hear that will put you into panic? Mazi, you are in the United Kingdom. Imagine the police, even in, let's say one sector, maybe Northeast region or even not London, or one section in London, and the police chief come there and say, all right, mates, we know there's been unrest or issue of we have an issue of issue of stabbing and other minor crimes, but even as low as our crime rate is here, I'm just going to let you know now that I can't defend you. The police can't defend you. You just have to defend yourself. Mazi, you know that London will be shut down within an hour of him saying that. The prime minister will have to resign. The police chief will have to resign. And there will have to be, because it's now saying that this Nigeria is in the case that the country or that region is in the case of emergency. They are in a state of emergency. So this man is telling you that Nigeria is a state of emergency, because once security is broken down, lives and property cannot be protected. Then it's a chaos. It means that everyone is hopeless, and the country is in a state of emergency. So I don't know what else someone will tell you. What else should we hear as a human being that will make you say no? Enough is enough. We need to find a way, kick these people out, or get ourselves out of this problem. Having in mind that those who have defended themselves in the past, who were lucky enough to defend themselves in the past, have had to deal with even the security agency themselves coming after them, the judiciary not fair on them, and every arms of government being against people who have defended themselves against these terrorists. So as it is, they're just letting you know these terrorists are fully backed by the government. They are instruments of the government. They are there and they're the priority of the state. And every other one of you can just forget about it, because the government is not there for you. That is what that man is telling you. And then people play the video. People were sitting down there, and you can see people laughing over it. That is insane. Absolutely insane. Mazzi,
that's the state they're in. Anyway, that's essentially put. As we are here, comrades and lovers of freedom across the globe, this still Biafra Radio, and we're reaching you out from United Kingdom. And today still remains the 8th day of year of our Lord, May 2025. It's a D-Day. I think this is the 5th day on the sham they're doing in Abuja, but we are not deterred. We are here patiently waiting to hear from our man on the ground. And Mazi, I think we have to do some research, probably start to play a bit video and waiting for them to finish, because we have to constantly bombarding them and reminding them their own ill. Is there anything anybody want to add before I put this video on? Please go ahead, Mazi Cannon. If not, then I will play this video for just intermediary before we get any word from Abuja. Mazi, Roman, you're there. Is there anything you want to say before we start playing video? If you can hear me, Mazi, Roman.
Yeah, very well. Before the intermittency from your end, I think so far the proceedings are ongoing. As we did predict, they would come up with additional clips or exhibits, as the case may be, and rightfully so. Video clips are being played right now. I think the interview that followed Mazi Nnamdi extraordinary rendition in 2021, where he was put or subjected to questions, series of questions. He was asked about his relationship with Eastern Security Network. He was asked whether or not he led the affairs of IPOB. And he reiterated that IPOB as a movement is a non-violent, movement. So is ESN. He also told them that he is the leader of IPOB. So the clips, although they are coming on and going off, something like a sort of technical issues. I don't know. Nothing works here. So we are here, and as I said initially, we shall follow them head on and see what they would bring on or before today's proceedings. So for now, there is nothing special happening. I think you may go ahead. We shall come back to every one of you in no distant time.
Okay, thank you, Mazi. Thank you. Stand by. Mazi Kanunta, go out, please, before we go into termination and play the video. If you can hear me, Mazi Kanunta.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, go on, please.
Like we rightly said, what they are doing is nothing new. When it comes to the interrogation, these are the basic questions they're going to ask ESN and what happened, ESN, everybody knows, like we rightly said, is a vigilante group and nobody can take it away from us. It's just like they have a motico, and all whatnot in the northern part of Nigeria too. So it's still the same, like I can see them going around, asking certain questions, if what happened in INEC and all these crappy questions, they are asking to establish a case. And you cannot establish a case when you know exactly that what Nnamdi Kanu is saying is the truth. Or are they are trying to prosecute him because they will say, oh, he's coming from another tribe. And these are the problem of the Igbos. Igbo elite, these people that call themselves Igbos, they are the ones behind all this nonsense. So when you are charging Onyendu for one thing or the other, ask yourself, others that has done the same thing, they did more than Onyendu. And then it's only asking, we want to go our own separate ways. After the amalgamation of Nigeria, which has expired since 2014. So what is the problem there? What is the problem? That is why everybody's run up and down. And you are looking at people who are not even Nigerians deciding the fate of Nigerians. That is what makes it funny. That is what makes it funny. And that is why they are trying to do everything, to incriminate Onyendu. But what Onyendu has said is not different from what every Nigerian has said. Obasanjo has even spoken more than MNK did. Likewise, so many of them, like Sheikh Gumi and the rest of them, they've said all sorts of nonsense. So in the right sense, if there is anything wrong, these people are even the ones that are supposed to be facing prosecution. But in the other way around, they are just, pushing MNK, because he said, we want to be free. We want to be free people. We want to live as a human being and not like an animal. That is what it is. And as long as I'm concerned today, what they are doing in the court is what they're supposed to do. They're going to bring us manner of videos and be playing. But at the end of the day, the truth must prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you. We are going to a recess now, and Mazi, we are going to have this video played and waiting patiently to hear from our correspondent on the ground. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll be sitting too. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mazi, for coming.
My name is Dr. Sylvester Onyia, President of American Military Veterans of Igbo Descent, AVI. With rising sons and ambassadors for self-determination, we're in the state capital to bring our concerns to the American folks that Nnamdi Kanu need to be released now. A lot of people have talked about him being unjustly incarcerated for nothing. He is not the problem of Nigeria. If anything, he's the solution to solve Nigerian problems. We're asking President Tinubu, just like we asked President Buhari, that got him in the first place, to release him. They have not done anything to anybody. On this note, we are reminding the world about what happened in January 2017, when inauguration of Donald Trump was celebrated in Port Harcourt, and the Nigerian government shut down and killed over 27 young youths of Igbo descent, IPOB young stars, for doing nothing but cheering up the president of their choice. This happened and nobody have been brought to account for that. We are asking that the government of the United States under Donald Trump, present president, to look into that massacre, because it was democracy that was being celebrated, and those youths were happy, rejoicing that such a good thing happened, and the military went and killed them all like chickens. We continue to ask, what is it that you're holding Nnamdi Kanu for? And we believe, as a British citizen, the British government's hand is in it, because Nnamdi was discussing about the atrocities they're doing in Nigeria. They don't want any development in Nigeria. Everything that we are doing is what Nnamdi was preaching on, and everything he have said before have happened today, and it's still happening. The jihadis coming in to work for the British government and to be killing people, the Fulani herdsmen, the terrorists, and that's what they are, killing people, trying to displace indigenous people, trying to take their lands from them, land grabbing. We want the world to look into it, more especially the United States government. For one thing, if nothing is done, once these jihadis get hold of the southeast, the Christians that they're trying to exterminate, they will have hold of the sweet cool. And once that happens, the next thing will be to challenge the United States and even the Britain that is encouraging them to do their bad deeds.
So, Father, I've heard that a Nigerian government official, the Inspector General of the DSS, Department of State Services, has said, Nigerians defend yourselves from the terrorists and the bandits, end quote. So, Father, as a minister of God, do you support self-defense, especially where it may lead to the killing of your assailant?
Thank you very much, sir, for the question. And if you don't mind, let me begin by thanking you and your colleagues who have been working with us tirelessly to bring to the awareness of the world the level of injustice that is going on in Nigeria. It's getting too much. And at some point, somebody somewhere has to stand up and say enough is enough. Now, coming to your question, yes, the Director General of DSS, who in American context we might equate to the Director of Homeland Security, is a special government official in Nigeria who is privy to top secret intelligence actually. For him to step forward and publicly told Nigerians, arm and defend yourselves, tells me a couple of things. One, Nigeria is either becoming a failed state or is already a failed state. Why? Because he said that they don't have enough government manpower to defend you. The military, the police, the DSS, that they don't have enough power to defend their citizens. What is the primary responsibility of any government, democratic government? To defend the lives and property of the people. So, for the Director of DSS to say we don't have what it takes to protect you Nigerians, it means that they are incapacitated. Self-defense is a natural phenomenon. If I were to pinch you now, you will blink unconsciously in defense of yourself. So self-defense is a natural phenomenon. But in the context of the DSS, honestly, I wasn't expecting that we shall come to that level at which the common people are required to arm themselves and defend themselves. But guess what? It has happened. In other words, what it means is you're on your own. If anything happens to you, you have yourself to blame. Now, because self-defense is a natural phenomenon, I have never read about any law, moral law, Christian law, civil law, natural law that is against self-defense. None whatsoever. But you know what? Where you have a good government, you take it for granted that you are protected. And so it's not even a question of whether I support it or not, or whether it is legal or not. And then for the government to say, defend yourself, now we are taking self-defense level. The level of you have to do everything possible to protect your life. Your life is the most precious gift God has given you. Very, very precious. God has given us a precious life to take care of, and we should guard it judiciously. But what is happening in Nigeria is that a group of bandits, terrorists, have taken it upon themselves to be massacring people at will. They carry arms all over the place, unchecked, unhindered. And they are decimating ethnic groups. In the name of herders, farmers, clash, rubbish. There is more to it. There is a hidden agenda. And that is ethnic cleansing and religious persecution. That is what has been going on. At this point in time, I will actually go the extra mile to advocate for self-defense. And people should defend themselves. And I'm asking my people, you cannot waste the life, precious life God has given you. You must defend it. Because there's no way. It has come to that. If the government tells you to defend yourself, defend yourself. That's what I will tell my people. And then I will ask our brothers and sisters in diaspora, especially here in America, who are from Igbo descent. Igbo
aren't gone.
So how do you prescribe people without naming them? Is that even prescription?
That is because they don't want to mention Fulani. That was under Buhari. Yes. This prosecution came under Buhari and he didn't want to mention his kinsmen as a terrorist group. So when you add all this things together, you will now see that there is injustice against Nnamdi Kanu. It's as simple as that. Deliberately, not that it was a mistake or something. And why it has become a state policy is what I don't know. From Nnamdi Kanu now, it has spread to every Igbo man. And that's why the Igbos are saying we want to leave Nigeria, because it's like they are hated. Yes, now it's like the Igbos are hated. You remember what Buhari said that made them to put down this thing on Twitter, when it was Twitter.
Say you go talk to them in a language.
And then there's like we are in a dot in a circle and all that. So how can you hate the people so much as a leader?
But why do you think they hate Igbos anyway?
In fact, up to today, I have been thinking, Precious, I have not seen one single reason, except that what? The Igbos don't like injustice. Nothing else. They don't like.
But by inside the Igbo land, injustice no day. That's the question.
Hold on.
Because the leaders of Igbo land also they do injustice to their fellow Igbo people. The way they develop their region, that will not be injustice.
Listen very well. Don't conclude.
Sorry, sir.
Now, the problem the Igbos have with every other part of is because
My name is Dr. Sylvester Onyea, President of American Military Veterans of Igbo Descent, AVID. I'm here today with Rising Sons and Ambassadors for Self-Determination. We're in the state capital to bring our concerns to the American folks that Nnamdi Kanu needs to be released now. A lot of people have talked about him being unjustly incarcerated for nothing. He is not the problem of Nigeria. If anything, he's the solution to solve Nigerian problems. We're asking President Tinubu, just like we asked President Buhari, that got him in the first place, to release him. They have not done anything to anybody. On this note, we are reminding the world about what happened in January 2017, when inauguration of Donald Trump was celebrated in Port Harcourt, and the Nigerian government shot down and killed over 27 young youths of Igbo descent, IPOB young stars, for doing nothing but cheering up the president of their choice. This happened and nobody have been brought to account for that. We are asking that the government of the United States under Donald Trump, present president, to look into that massacre, because it was democracy that was being celebrated. And those youths were happy, rejoicing that such a good thing happened, and the military went and killed them all like chickens. We continue to ask, what is it that you're holding Nnamdi Kanu for? And we believe, as a British citizen, the British government's hand is in it, because Nnamdi was discussing about the atrocities they're doing in Nigeria. They don't want any development in Nigeria. Everything that we are doing is what Nnamdi was preaching on. And everything he have said before have happened today, and it's still happening. The jihadists coming in to work for the British government and to be killing people, herdsmen, the terrorists, and that's what they are, killing people, trying to displace indigenous people, trying to take their lands from them, land grabbing. We want the world to look into it, more especially the United States government. For one thing, if nothing is done, once these jihadists get hold of the southeast, the Christians that they're trying to exterminate, they will have hold of the sweet crew. And once that happens, the next thing will be to challenge the United States and even the Britain that is encouraging them to do their bad deeds.
So, Father, I've heard that a Nigerian government official, the Inspector General of the DSS, Department of State Services, has said, Nigerians, defend yourselves from the terrorists and the bandits, end quote. So, Father, as a minister of God, do you support self-defense, especially where it may lead to the killing of your assailant?
Thank you very much, sir, for the question. And if you don't mind, let me begin by thanking you and your colleagues who have been working with us tirelessly to bring to the awareness of the world the level of injustice that is going on in Nigeria. is getting too much. And at some point, somebody somewhere has to stand up and say, enough is enough. Now, coming to your question, yes, the Director General of DSS, who in American context, we might equate to the Director of Homeland Security, is a special government official in Nigeria who is privy to top secret intelligence actually. For him to step forward and publicly told Nigerians, arm and defend yourselves, tells me a couple of things. One, Nigeria is either becoming a failed state or is already a failed state. Why? Because he said that they don't have enough government manpower to defend you. The military, the police, the DSS, that they don't have enough power to defend their citizens. What is the primary responsibility of any government, democratic government? To defend the lives and property of the people. So, for the director of DSS to say, we don't have what it takes to protect you Nigerians, it means that they are incapacitated. Self-defense is a natural phenomenon. If I were to pinch you now, you will blink unconsciously in defense of yourself. So self-defense is a natural phenomenon. But in the context of the DSS, honestly, I wasn't expecting that we shall come to that level at which the common people are required to arm themselves and defend themselves. But guess what? It has happened. In other words, what it means is you're on your own. If anything happens to you, you have yourself to blame. Now, because self-defense is a natural phenomenon, I have never read about any law, moral law, Christian law, civil law, natural law that is against self-defense. None whatsoever. But you know what? Where you have a good government, you take it for granted that you are protected. And so it's not even a question of whether I support it or not, or whether it is legal or not. And then for the government to say, defend yourself. Now, we are taking self-defense to a higher level. The level of you have to do everything possible to protect your life. Your life is the most precious gift God has given you. Very, very precious. God has given us a precious life to take care of, and we should guard it judiciously. But what is happening in Nigeria is that a group of bandits, terrorists, have taken it upon themselves to be massacring people at will. They carry arms all over the place, unchecked, unhindered. And they are decimating ethnic groups. In the name of herders, farmers, clash, rubbish. There is more to it. There is a hidden agenda. And that is ethnic cleansing and religious persecution. That is what has been going on. At this point in time, I will actually go the extra mile to advocate for self-defense. And people should defend themselves. And I'm asking my people, you cannot waste the life, precious life God has given you. You must defend it. Because there's no way. It has come to that. If the government tells you to defend yourself, defend yourself. That's what I will tell my people. And then I will ask our brothers and sisters in diaspora, especially here in America, who are from Igbo descent. Igbos here in America and Europe, organize yourselves, raise money, and make sure that your respective communities at home are protected. Have a very working vigilante groups, and make sure that your communities are protected. The time to pretend that everything is okay back home in Nigeria is gone and may never come back until that country disintegrates. Because honestly, a failed state, the only solution to a failed state is disintegration. To your tents, O Israel. everybody should go and take care of themselves. From the local communities, maybe to the regional level. And guess what? This is exactly what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been preaching for more than 10 to 15 years. That these people are coming. These are mercenaries sponsored by the Fulani hegemony to decimate the rest of the ethnic groups in Nigeria. And the government has done little or nothing to stop them. And to our greatest embarrassment, or even being fair to them, they have now told us officially that there's not much they can do.
So, Bruce Fine, as a constitutional lawyer and the International Council for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and you visited Nigeria many times. Your client has served over 5 years in prison. What is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's current situation, and how has the current state of the Nigerian Constitution and the rule of law affected Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's freedom?
Well, thank you for that wonderful question. We're really gathered here today to pay homage to Nnamdi Kanu and his unsurpassed courage that has given the Biafrans hope, which is what sustains the people and moving forward towards justice. Nnamdi Kanu was a victim of a crime. The crime perpetrator was the nation of Nigeria. In 2021, he and tortured, denied trial for now over 4 years. I helped precipitate a ruling from the working group on arbitrary detention in Geneva, holding very unambiguously and calling for the immediate and unconditional Nnamdi Kanu because the government of Nigeria had violated 16 human rights covenants that were binding on all nations whether they accepted them or not. The Nigerian government has flouted that decree now for almost 3 years. Nnamdi Kanu remains in isolation. Again, he's never ever been given an opportunity for a trial. There are repeated adjournments because there is no evidence. I've examined the indictments. They're really quite hollow. They don't have any specificity of what Nnamdi Kanu did that caused any kind of violence or harm. And at present, there still is no scheduled trial date. It's a continuing criminal violation by the Nigerian government. The great irony is that the real case should be Nnamdi Kanu versus the government of Nigeria, which should be in the defendant's chair. One of the things that's very astonishing is that for hundreds of years of Anglo-American jurisprudence, there's a motto: crime should not pay. The Nigerian government is trying to make their crime against Nnamdi Kanu pay, which is intolerable.
Bruce, what can be done to the government of Nigeria to help free Mazi Kanu?
Well, there are several precedents. One, during apartheid, South Africa was suspended from the United Nations General Assembly until Nelson Mandela was released. And there's nothing that prevents petitions now to the United Nations General Assembly insisting that Nigeria be suspended until they release Nnamdi Kanu. That's one possibility. Another would be if you had the president issue an executive order says there are going to be no Nigerian visas to visit the U.S. until Nnamdi Kanu is released. That would impress upon all Nigerians the penalty they're paying because the government is being so lawless and tyrannical. There are other options like having an international arms embargo on Nigeria until Nnamdi Kanu is released, having very, very high tariffs on anything sold by Nigeria until Nnamdi Kanu is released. These are financial pressures. They've been utilized in other countries in the past. It's a matter of political will, not law.
Chief Ugonna, how do the attacks on the Christian community and the continued injustice faced by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu serve as a serious warning sign for all Nigerians about the state of justice and freedom in the country?
You know, that's an excellent question, and thank you for posing that. I want to tell you a short story. I've been going to the region for 20 years, and the first 10 years that I was there, it was quite peaceful, at least in the southeast. Some of this was brewing already in the north, but in the southeast and the spaces where I was at with the Igbo, quite frankly, was fairly peaceful. And then, right around the time actually when they put Mazi Nnamdi Kanu under chains, things blew up. And
on behalf of Ambassador for Self-Determination, I'd like to welcome you to this gathering, which we're gathered today to support the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So let's watch this video.
Putin killed Navalny because Navalny was the one opposition leader in Russia that Putin feared the most. So this is a really tragic day for me, and it should be a tragic day for anybody who cares about democracy. You know, remember, he went back to Russia. He didn't have to go back. He went back for his country because he was a patriot that believed that his country could be different. I put him in the same ranks as the Navalny of Mandela and Valenza and Havel, but with one tragic difference now. Navalny is dead.
This particular clip, I was watching that, was a Friday morning when we got the news of Alexei Navalny's death. And obviously, the thing that came to mind, I didn't know much about Alexei, but this says it all, because he was under Vladimir Putin's thumb. First, I started to see the resemblance between his situation and Mazi Kanu's situation. Putin, as the head of state, tried to poison this gentleman, and then he recovered from that. The Nigerian government tried to kill Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and he survived and escaped. Navalny returned to Russia. He was immediately arrested and put in jail, solitary confinement. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was minding his own business in Kenya when he was illegally abducted, renditioned to Nigeria, and put in jail, solitary confinement. Same situation. Anybody that cares about democracy, the first thing that comes to mind is not to let Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's fate become what we just saw. And that's what got me excited. We've been quietly trying to get a coalition of people to actually demand his release, but it's been difficult. But this particular example really made me realize that if anyone has anything that they can contribute towards this man's release, to do it now. Those of you who don't know about Mazi Kanu, I'm going to invite Ben to sort of give us a little glimpse as to who he is and why he's doing what he's doing and why all of us should demand collectively and individually for his immediate and unconditional release.
Well, today is a sad day in Nigeria because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains in solitary confinement. As of today, he has been in solitary confinement since June of 2021. Like Evans rightfully said, he was kidnapped from Kenya, minding his own business, But the fact is, this was not the first time he was kidnapped. He was first kidnapped in 2015 in Nigeria, and he was locked up for 2 years. And later on, he was released. And then there is a failed assassination of Mazi in his own home in Abia State. And miraculously, he escaped that very assassination only by God's grace. So he's alive today. But I want everybody to know, any day Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains in solitary confinement is another day of violation of his fundamental right as a human being, as a father, as a husband, and as a community leader. There is no reason why he should be in prison today, if not for the sake of others. He wasn't fighting for his own, he wasn't fighting for his family, he wasn't fighting in the name of the Kanu
Agency and EWTN News. Quote, Archbishop Ignatius Kagama is concerned over the seemingly endless violence against Christians that claimed at least 58 lives this past weekend and hundreds of others in recent weeks. It is our prayer, he said, that something definitive will be done to stop the situation that is inhuman. Shockingly, that was more than a dozen years ago and part of my opening remarks at a hearing that I held on July 10th, 2012. One of several hearings, 8 in all, on religious persecution in Nigeria. And since then, things have only gotten worse. 1 year later, in 2013, I visited Archbishop Kagama in Jos, Nigeria. We visited churches, 5 of them that had been recently firebombed by Boko Haram, and spent hours listening to survivors tell their stories. Despite their numbing loss and pain, I was absolutely amazed at the survivors about their faith, very deep faith, their courage and the resilience. They were not going to quit, but they were looking to the government for help, and it was not coming. I also met with an evangelical believer named Habila Adamu. Dragged from his home by Boko Haram terrorists, he was ordered to renounce his faith. With an AK-47 pressed to his face, he was asked, "Are you ready to die as a Christian?" With extraordinary courage, Habila answered, "Yes, I am ready to die as a Christian." He was asked a second time, and he repeated his answer. His wife was pleading, "Please don't kill my husband." And yet he said, "Yes, I am ready to die as a Christian." This time, the terrorist pulled the trigger. A bullet ripped through Habila's face. He crumpled to the ground, bleeding profusely, left for dead. By some miracle, he survived. I met him in an IDP camp in Jos. I asked him to come to Washington to tell his story. He did. And at the congressional hearing, he said this to our subcommittee, this subcommittee: "I am alive because God wants you to have this message. Knowing Christ is so much deeper than merely knowing Boko Haram's story of hate and intolerance." He closed his testimony with this: "Do everything you can to end this ruthless religious persecution, but know Christ first." To the end, everything he did was to witness, to radiate his love for God, but he was also calling on us to get involved and do something. Since then, however, the wanton violence against Christians in Nigeria has grown significantly worse. A couple of days ago, the Pillar Catholic reported, and I quote, "While Christians are receiving ashes last Wednesday to begin Lent, news broke out in Nigeria that a priest had been brutally murdered by kidnappers who had stormed his rectory the night before and kidnapped him. With deep sorrow and righteous indignation, I condemn in the strongest terms the relentless and tragic wave of kidnappings targeting priests, pastoral agents, and the faithful," Bishop Kundi said in a March 7th, just a couple days ago, press conference, which expressed outrage over the kidnaps and the brutal murder of his priests. According to the sources in the diocese, Father Sylvester was bound by his kidnappers. He was shot in the head, and I saw the picture. It is heartbreaking to look at. Shot at close range with an assault rifle, and according to the officials of his diocese. The systematic slaughter and abuse of Nigerian believers must stop. Delay is denial and a death sentence to so many. One of our distinguished witnesses today, Bishop Wilfred Anagbe of the Diocese of Makurdi, Nigeria, traveled a long distance to be with us today and will testify, and this is from his testimony. Militant Fulani herdsmen are terrorists. They steal and vandalize. They kill and boast about it. They kidnap and rape. And they enjoy total impunity for this from the elected officials. None of them, I repeat his quote, none of them have been arrested and brought to justice. In December of 2020, President Trump designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, only to be reversed without justification by Secretary Blinken in November of 2021. And I know I asked him at hearings. I asked him privately, but also asked him at open hearings, why? Never got a good answer. Religious leaders in Nigeria were outraged by the Secretary's decision. One Nigerian bishop challenged the Secretary and said, Christian persecution is more intense than ever. And that was Bishop Mamza. And Genocide Watch has called Nigeria a killing field of defenseless Christians, quote unquote. Yet the government of Nigeria has failed to make progress against religiously motivated persecution of Christians despite religious freedom being enshrined as an essential human right in their constitution. Likewise, Nigerian legal framework supports pluralism at both federal and state levels, but glaring contradictions exist, especially with laws that criminalize blasphemy, some even carrying the death penalty. The U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, USCIRF, was, quote, appalled that the State Department did not redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. USCIRF had recommended, and we have the former chairman here, Tony Perkins, had recommended this designation 4 years in a row, from 2021 to 2024, and said, quote, there is no justification as to why the State Department continues to fail to redesignate Nigeria as a CPC. And again, CPC, as you know, carries significant sanctions, a whole broad array of sanctions that the President and the Secretary of State are empowered to level on a country that commits persecution. When the former Secretary of State Blinken held a joint press conference with the Nigerian Foreign Minister on January 23, 2024, following the Christmas Eve massacre, which targeted killings by radical Fulani terrorists and took the lives of hundreds of Christians, he did offer his condolences, and I watched it. I was glad to see that. But we need to take it beyond just saying, I feel sorry for you. And these Christian killings recurred the following year, just 3 months ago. Make no mistake, these ongoing attacks are based on religion and diverting attention from it tonight. So let me just say parenthetically, I tried for 3 years to get the Clinton administration to designate Boko Haram as an FTO, the Obama administration, as a foreign terrorist organization. I held hearing after hearing, and they wouldn't do it. On the day I was marking up my legislation to do this, just that, State Department said, oh, we're going to designate them an FTO. And after all the crimes they were committing, later it was the Chibok girls, it was all the other atrocities being committed by Boko Haram, and they wouldn't even give them the FTO status so we could start investigating where they get their money, their weapons, and the like. Make no mistake, all of these attacks are based on religion, like I said, and diverting attention from it denies that we have seen with our own eyes. This is religious cleansing. It needs to stop, and the perpetrators need to be brought to justice. Last year, the House Foreign Affairs did adopt my resolution, HRES 82, calling on the Biden administration to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. It passed exactly 1 year ago, almost a year ago, in the committee, but it never came to the floor. While I strongly believe that President Trump will again designate Nigeria as a CPC and do much more to assist the persecuted church, including the outreach to the Nigerian president, Tinubu, last night I did reintroduce the resolution, and I hope we will have a robust debate and it will get marked up. Help can't come fast enough. The killing fields are every day, every single day, and we need to do more and do everything within our power to try to mitigate it. Let's not forget these horrifying facts. Northern Nigeria, and this is just northern Nigeria alone, has seen the destruction of over 18,000 churches since 2009. 18,000 churches. I saw 5 of them. Totally burnt out. and many people killed with car bombs and the like. An August 2024 report from the Observatory for Religious Freedom in Africa found that 55,910 people were killed and 21,000 people were abducted in the context of terror groups in Nigeria within just 4 years, from October 2019 to September 2023. I would point out that approximately 1,000 are moderate Muslims that have been murdered in Islamic attacks, and we speak out for them as well. I have met with imams in Nigeria, and if they speak, they're visited that following week by one of these radical Islamist groups, and it's not pretty. They'll kill them or do other kinds of mischief. About 5 million Christians have been displaced and forced into internally displaced person camps, IDP camps, within Nigeria. The 2023 watch list released in January by Open Doors this past January found that 89% of Christians, 89% of the Christians who are martyred in the world are in one country, Nigeria. The targeted violence starkly highlights the precarious state of religious freedom in Nigeria. Again, we're asking the president, Tinubu, he's got to take action. And we're going to, I'm hoping to lead a delegation to Nigeria. We've got to raise these issues, but it starts at the top. I've been to Abuja many times. The president has real power. He can do it. And we're calling on him to do that. Let me also say that and I will put the rest of my statement into the record, but this hearing, we're hoping will be a catalyst for action by our own government and also by Congress and, of course, above all, the executive branch. The new president has a lot to do, and I think he'll do this, and then, if necessary, impose sanctions. Where that has happened, there is change. Where it doesn't happen, the status quo, the killing fields continue. I'd like to yield to Ms. Jacobs for any opening comments she might have.
Interest of all. So I believe there's a video that we're going to show you so you can get a taste, a glimpse of some of the things that took place that really, made Mazzi to come out in public and began to openly call for the freedom of our people. But before then, there's something happened. You're going to see a different Mazzi back in 2013 in Europe. He wasn't campaigning for Biafra. He was not agitating for the freedom of Biafra. He was actually agitating for Nigeria to get better, for the government to take note of the suffering of the masses and do something. Do something so that everybody will benefit. With no mention of Biafra. Until Nigeria failed him, and it was crystal clear that this country is not going anywhere. They're not going to listen. They don't care about their people. Well, if you don't care about Nigerian citizens, I'm going to care about my people. That's when he began to talk about Biafra, to talk about separating from Nigeria, so that every region can develop, at their own pace. So you can make policy and rules that will benefit your people because you know your people. Because there's nothing that holding Nigeria together. It's three nations put together to be one nation, and nothing worked. Nothing ever worked, nothing is working, and it will never work. So I want to show that video while he was in London talking about the situation in Nigeria.
The reason why we're here today is to protest the killing of innocent women and children. Those of us in the UK are determined to work with the government for peace. We are determined to work with the international community for peace. But one thing we cannot stomach is a repeat of 1966. What is happening today in Nigeria was the reason why Nigeria fought a bitter civil war for 3 years between 1967 and 1970. If this continues, there will be another civil war in Nigeria. And this time around, no place will be safe in Nigeria. This time around, nobody will be safe in Nigeria. So it is imperative that everybody who has the interest of the country at heart acts now and immediately to stop this nonsense from continuing.
The Nigerian government has its own way of dealing with peaceful gatherings it doesn't like. The day began with a gathering of people come to pray for the release from prison of one of their leaders.
Provide us some evidence that IPOB's a terrorist group. More than 2 years later, still zero. You can't make free speech and freedom of association terrorism. Every single day that he languishes in that solitary confinement is another crime against humanity.
The protest that you saw, where you saw the army shooting people, innocent, unarmed citizens, that took place in 2016. Okay, our people came together, as they have done several years before, okay, to honor their fallen heroes, those that fell in the Biafra Nigerian Civil War of 1967 through 1970. So they gathered, this is a high school. They were not on the street protesting. No. They were not in front of the House of Assembly with placard protesting. No. They were not marching or causing insurrection anywhere. No. They were in a particular place. You have to go through a gate to come into the school premises. That's where they gathered. And that's where the combined forces of Nigerian Army, Air Force, Navy, DSS came in there, took a combat position on the ground, and opened a live ammunition. And at the end of the day, they murdered over 150 young men and women. 150 young men and women. And this was reported by Amnesty International. It was all over the globe. And to make matters worse, they took their body and dumped them in a mass grave where they poured acid on these children so they become unrecognizable. So how could somebody tell me or convince anybody that this is a viable nation that would work for everyone? These are the atrocities that led to the debut of the person of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that you hear today. And this young man requested for things to get better, build schools, build roads and bridges, build hospitals, so that our women will have a place they can go and receive a proper medical attention. Build recreational centers, build factories. So as young men and women are graduating from school, they have a place where they can be gainfully employed. They don't want to do any of this. But this country will spend money from the oil revenue to import terrorists from all over the world. Right now, there are more than 5 terrorist groups that operate in the country today. Ansaru is in Nigeria. El-Shabaab is in Nigeria. Mieti Allah operates in Nigeria. Fulani bandits operate in Nigeria. Fulani herders that had been named the 4th deadliest terrorist group in the world by the Global Terrorist Watch of West Africa. These terrorist groups operate in Nigeria. And the government of Nigeria provides an enabling environment for them to thrive, for them to do their bidding. They provide them with logistics, money, arms, and then they send them to the eastern region of Nigeria to kill my people and to destabilize the region. That is their goal. And that's exactly what they're doing now. These are the things that brought out Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If the country was working, you may not know who Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is. It wasn't working. And it's never going to work. Not the way the country is presently constituted. When he was out, people say you're calling for war, you want to war, you're causing problem. You know, he said, no. I'm not causing problem. I'm just asking our government, the government, to do the right thing by the people. So I'm going to stop here, and you can hear his goals and aspiration.
You're not talking about a federation when you say a confederation. You're not talking about a federation as part of Nigeria. You're talking about total independence.
Absolute independence. Complete independence.
Now, is there anything that can happen that will make you change your mind about this particular direction?
No.
So it is either Biafra or nothing else.
Or death, yes.
or death.
That's correct.
If push comes to shove,
Yes.
will you go to war?
No, because truth is a far more potent and deadlier weapon than bullets and mortars.
So
Truth.
no war. You've ruled out the
Absolutely, I
of
don't
war.
believe in war. No war.
Well, we're going to invite Attorney Jesse to educate us a bit on the legal aspect of the whole thing where we are today. Brother Jesse, thank you, brother. There you go.
So, I'm a construction lawyer, and the only time I ever get called on to engage any sort of criminal law is if a client's son or daughter gets in trouble in college. But even the ignoramus construction lawyer knows when something's wrong from a criminal standpoint, and there are just so many wrongs involved with these timelines, and I want you to keep in mind two things that are fundamental, not just here in the U.S., but worldwide for the most part, according to the UN. One is the right to confer with your counsel, or to at least have contact on a consistent basis with your counsel, even if you're in jail, to have that right and have that privilege. Otherwise, how do you prepare a defense? The second is the concept of a right to a speedy trial, meaning you're not to sit and languish, let alone in solitary confinement, when you are awaiting trial or awaiting the process to deliver whether or not you are guilty or innocent. So that's what sticks out most to me when I look at this timeline, and it's truly remarkable. But going back to October 2015, when Mr. Kanu was arrested and detained for over a year, you don't see anything about a trial or a finding of guilty there, right? You just see that he was detained for a year with no outcome. Well, I guess he made bail in April of 2017 and was released, only to be have his home invaded, has been said, in a government failed assassination attempt. So then the process was to kidnap him and torture him for 8 days and then hand him over to the Nigerian government. So here we are, some sort of accusations starting in October of 15, and then we're in June of 2021, 6 years later, without any finding of innocence or guilt, and this is still ongoing. January of 2022, he actually gets a trial, and the Nigerian army was found guilty of the failed assassination attempt in violation of his rights. Now, we've heard in past gatherings from lead counsel for Mr. Kanu that there are occasions where he would fly all the way from the U.S. and not be allowed to meet with Mr. Kanu to prepare a defense. So he would be told to wait and wait and wait and still not receive contact with Mr. Kanu, his client, okay, to prepare a defense to the proceedings and to the charges at hand, which is just absolutely nightmarish and outlandishly unfair and outlandishly a violation of human rights. We start preparing civil cases in the construction world that have just money on the line years in advance. Yet here's Mr. Kanu rotting in a cell, not allowed contact with his counsel to prepare for charges that could lead to any number of findings, including, I'm sure, ultimate confinement. In July of 2022, the United Nations issues a unanimous decision calling for the immediate and unconditional release of Mr. Kanu. Was that honored? Absolutely not. He remained in solitary confinement. And then in October of 2022, that finding is upheld by the Federal Appeals Court in Abuja, Nigeria, and Mr. Kanu was acquitted of all charges. And that appeals court demanded his immediate release from the detention. It gets to the Nigerian Supreme Court. Now we're a year later, and if you've ever been in litigation in a civil context, your cases always get put behind the criminal cases because of the right to a speedy trial. Well, here we have decisions from courts lasting, taking over a year to determine, whether or not this appellate court was going to be upheld. So the Nigerian Supreme Court, over 14 months later, upholds all dismissals. All charges are gone except for one, a terrorism charge. And that's what remains for Mr. Kanu, is a single terrorism charge, and he remains in solitary confinement. I believe a hearing is set for Monday. Will he be allowed to confer with counsel? Will he be allowed to actually have the right of preparing a defense with his counsel? Probably not. What's next? What are they going to do next?
Mazi Kanu has been likened to Mandela. Alexia Navalny likened to Mandela. The difference is Alexia is gone. And if we do not do anything, this definitely will be the fate of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which is what the government wants, and which we will not stand to see happen. So as we gather tonight, I just want us to think about who in the government that we know, meaning the United States government, to be able to speak up on behalf of this powerful voice that is being silenced by the Nigerian government. Because only us can speak. Unfortunately, he cannot speak for himself. The trial is set for the 26th of February, which is just Monday. So we need to do something quick. We need to send a strong message to the Nigerian government that we will continue to demand Mazi's unconditional and immediate release from the dungeon. Nigeria is a country that poses to be a democracy. But as you can see, very far from being a democratic country. Mazi spoke up, that was his crime. And his punishment is actually being sentenced to death. So those of us that are members of the Ambassador for Self-Determination, our goal is continue to champion the release of the likes of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, wherever they may be around the world. I think we've walked the halls of Congress, and we need more voices to rise with us, which I believe is going to make a strong difference. We want you to reach out to your representative, your senator, your congressman, and share the story of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We need to send that voice collectively and even individually, however way we do it, to the Nigerian government before this important trial. I think at this point, Ben, if you don't have anything else, I think we'll just open it up for Q&A. If you have any questions, you can fire away and we can basically try to answer those questions for you.
The question is there anyone else like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is currently being detained in Nigeria? And the answer is affirmatively, yes. There are many. There are many young men and women that were following him that are in different prisons in Nigeria today, not even being heard. Some of them are sick. Some of them are dying. So there are thousands of people like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is languishing in prison. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu happens to be the face of the collective injustice against our people. I thank Attorney Jesse for just going down and listing the chronology of events. But today I started to think about this thing, breaking down the days from the time United Nations gave the judgment ordering Nigeria to immediately release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally, and the perpetrators be tried. That is an whopping 580 days. Not from the time he was kidnapped, from the time the United Nations looked at the case, over 9 months of study, of investigation, and came out with a unanimous decision that this man should be released. A United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention is made up of 5 member nations. It was a unanimous decision in Netherlands. So we are law-abiding people. People are saying, well, they have your leader in a prison, and what are you doing? You're going home to sleep. We're going to follow the law, and we follow the law. So United Nations has spoken on July of 2022. The Nigerian Appeal Court, their own court, spoke October 13 of the same year. As a matter of fact, their judgment went further to say that this man cannot and should not be tried in any court in Nigeria. Why? Because he was kidnapped. You can't go around the whole world kidnapping your dissidents and dragging them back to Nigeria and putting them in prison. The rule of law does not work that way. Even the Nigerian Constitution forbids such acts. But you're dealing with people that have total disregard for their own law because they have the gun and bullet. And they have a way of instituting enforced disappearance of any opposition. Abia State High Court looked at this case in January.
You can hear shots. This is not going on in the home of the This is happening now in the home of the leader of the Justice Biafra. The Nigerian army is here. They are here now. We'll come and look. Go in. Can get that tank. You can hear the sound going on. The Nigerian army is here shooting. They are here shooting at the home of the leader of the Justice of Biafra. Mebuza. How do we do it? Sorry, here back. Okay. The Nigerian army now shooting now in the home of the leader of the Justice of Biafra. You can hear shots being fired. They are shooting aimlessly. They are shooting and killing our people. Sir. I'm live. I don't know, there are many. Yes. You can hear shots. This is happening now in the home of the leader of Jesus of Biafra. The Nigerian army are shooting our people. You can hear this. They are already in the home of the leader of the Jesus of Biafra. They are shooting. They are at his gate, firing weapons, firing guns. They've entered his house. I don't know if you're hearing this. This has gone live. live shots happening now in the home of Mazzi Namdekano. They are at the gate. Okay. This is happening now this is happening now in the home of Mazzi Namdekano. Because make the door. Make the door. They are at the gates shooting. They are trying to break into his house. They are at the gates. I can't go outside now. It will be risky. I'm trying to look. Oh God, I'm looking for a way to get to this video. Is it coming for me? The Nigerian army are already here at the home of the leader of Jesus Speaker. They are shooting at the home of Mazzi Namdekano. They are trying to break in. Hey, if I get this stuff entered my eyes. Water. Sorry, I. They are trying to tell guys. They are trying to break inside. Sir? Sir, I don't know. I want to go downstairs. My eyes, I can't see well. I don't know, there's kerosene downstairs. I can't see. The things that has really entered my eyes, I can't see. Please keep sharing this video. The Nigerian army are here at the home of Mazzi Namdekano shooting and trying to break inside his house. They're outside the gate. It's trying to break. You can hear gunshot. Oh, God, I can't. And there are tear gas everywhere. They're really shooting at my eyes, I can see. And tear gas is everywhere. Sir, please, I want to go downstairs. I'm coming back. I want to go. Okay. God. Pick on more. I'm coming in, please. If I come in, open the door. I think I'm here. Eh? Our boys can go. How far? Ooh. How far? Oh God, I can't see. I can't see. Nigerian army are here at his house. Take vengeance. Destroy all that. What is the report? Where is the report? Any report? The first people said.
justice, and as a matter of fact, demanded that Nigeria would send Mazi Nnamdi Kanu back to Britain because he was traveling with a British passport in his pocket as a British citizen, and ordered the government to pay him the sum of 25 billion to human rights and apologize to him, where they haven't done anything. Nothing. They have not apologized. They are not releasing him, even when the appeal court said that they should do so. So how do you describe Nigeria? How do you stand up to say that you're proud to be a citizen of this country? I'm not. And Evans and I and several other people were walking the halls of Congress, both houses, the House of Senate and the House of Rep, educating the lawmakers in this country till every one of them are fully aware of the injustice that is happening to our people. Whether they do so collectively or individually, it doesn't matter. We are going to continue the effort until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is released. You cannot go to Sambisa Forest and fish out every criminal, Fulani criminal, from the forest and then put them in some camp. And after 3 weeks, they usher them out and give them a white shirt and present them to the country as repentant terrorists. Have you ever heard of such thing? They say they've repented. They put them in the army, gave them AK-47, gave them a uniform, and sent them to the eastern region of Nigeria to kill the Biafran people. And these are the things that every human being should be alarmed. That's why we're appealing to you. Those that are here, your friends, your associates, whomever you know that is in the government, this injustice must go far and wide until justice is done. And we are not going to relent. We are going back to the Capitol Hill. We've been there. We're going to continue to go there until somebody stands up to tell Nigeria that enough is enough.
Are there any Nigerian congressmen? Natives? No. Okay. And so is there a way, almost with respect to Navalny, with that situation, his wife and daughter met with Biden today? As I understood, this is I'm walking through the room. So sometimes politicians want to find a worthy cause to identify with that, I just hate to say it, makes them look good. So somebody, if they can take a pill and understand what y'all have just presented, should be upset, disturbed. So you need someone, at least advocate, with serious authority and a following that would pay attention. I don't know who that would be, but it's just a thought.
Yeah, that's a good thought, and we are certainly working on that, and we have somebody that is getting close to being able to do that. And perhaps what happened may be the thing that pushes him over.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there, and one last question, what's the benefit to other countries, either in Africa or here, not to stand up? Everybody's worried about human rights violations. You know, we don't do a thing about all the Chinese human violations against the Uyghurs or whoever it is, because it's business. So in this country, if we stood up and Nigeria got mad about us standing up for this man, what do we lose? What does a politician think we lose?
I mean, I think that as we are walking the halls of the Congress, it became apparent to us that what's in it for me and what's in it for us is what you have to deal with. So we are slowly educating people because Nigeria does have a lot of oil. And with what's happening in the current world, most people will think, let's not rock the equilibrium because it might mess up the supplies. So we have to really educate people to realize that if indeed the voices like Mazi comes out, Mazi is going to begin to advocate for democracy, and having a real democracy in the Nigerian region is a good thing for America.
We don't like hero worship. If you want an Igbo man to come and lick your boot, it will never happen. We don't do it. I think that is one of the reasons why they hated them. The Igbo man depends on what he can do with his hand and with his brain. Oton, these are the things that are making them to hate him. Nothing else. An Igbo man don't have time for hero worship or somebody who will come and be, what's it called? Teleguiding him, telling him what to do and what not to do. Count the Igbo man out. So these are part of the reasons. Apart from that, I didn't say any other thing. They are the most diligent, the most peaceful ethnic group in Nigeria. So is that not something to hold on to? Since the creation of this country called Nigeria, is there any time you heard that the Igbos were rioting, killing people, burning houses and all that of their own? Or
how many other tribes they drum?
It's very common here. And I remember when the OPC was holding sway with Gani Adams, during June 12th. Or was it not Igbo proper that they used to settle their score whenever they are fighting with the Northerners? Because Babangida are not June 12th. The North, rioting is like a everyday occurrence now. And who do they use to settle the matter? Is it not Igbos? So, left or right, the Igbo man had been suffering in Nigeria for something he did not even know. That is the truth. They hate their gods. They hate their diligence. They hate their industry. Pressure, that is the only problem the Igbo man have committed in Nigeria.
Agency and EWTN News, quote, Archbishop Ignatius Kagama is concerned over the seemingly endless violence against Christians that claimed at least 58 lives this past weekend and hundreds of others in recent weeks. It is our prayer, he said, that something definitive will be done to stop the situation that is inhuman. Shockingly, that was more than a dozen years ago and part of my opening remarks at a hearing that I held on July 10th, 2012. One of several hearings, 8 in all, on religious persecution in Nigeria. And since then, things have only gotten worse. 1 year later, in 2013, I visited Archbishop Kagama in Jos, Nigeria. We visited churches, 5 of them that had been recently firebombed by Boko Haram, and spent hours listening to survivors tell their stories. Despite their numbing loss and pain, I was absolutely amazed at the survivors, about their faith, very deep faith, their courage and the resilience. They were not going to quit, but they were looking to the government for help, and it was not coming. I also met with an evangelical believer named Habila Adamu. Dragged from his home by Boko Haram terrorists, he was ordered to renounce his faith. With an AK-47 pressed to his face, he was asked, "Are you ready to die as a Christian?" With extraordinary courage, Habila answered, "Yes, I am ready to die as a Christian." He was asked a second time, and he repeated his answer. His wife was pleading, "Please don't kill my husband." And yet he said, "Yes, I am ready to die as a Christian." This time, the terrorist pulled the trigger. A bullet ripped through Habila's face. He crumpled to the ground, bleeding profusely, left for dead. By some miracle, he survived. I met him in an IDP camp in Jos. I asked him to come to Washington to tell his story. He did. And at the congressional hearing, he said this to our subcommittee, this subcommittee: "I am alive because God wants you to have this message. Knowing Christ is so much deeper than merely knowing Boko Haram's story of hate and intolerance." He closed his testimony with this: "Do everything you can to end this ruthless religious persecution, but know Christ first." To the end, everything he did was to witness, to radiate his love for God, but he was also calling on us to get involved and do something. Since then, however, the wanton violence against Christians in Nigeria has grown significantly worse. A couple of days ago, the Pillar Catholic reported, and I quote, "While Christians are receiving ashes last Wednesday to begin Lent, news broke out in Nigeria that a priest had been brutally murdered by kidnappers who had stormed his rectory the night before and kidnapped him. With deep sorrow and righteous indignation, I condemn in the strongest terms the relentless and tragic wave of kidnappings targeting priests, pastoral agents, and the faithful," Bishop Kundi said in a March 7th, just a couple days ago, press conference, which expressed outrage over the kidnaps and the brutal murder of his priests. According to the sources in the diocese, Father Sylvester was bound by his kidnappers. He was shot in the head, and I saw the picture. It is heartbreaking to look at. Shot at close range with an assault rifle, and according to the officials of his diocese. The systematic slaughter and abuse of Nigerian believers must stop. Delay is denial and a death sentence to so many. One of our distinguished witnesses today, Bishop Wilfred Anagbe of the Diocese of Makurdi, Nigeria, traveled a long distance to be with us today and will testify, and this is from his testimony. Militant Fulani herdsmen are terrorists. They steal and vandalize. They kill and boast about it. They kidnap and rape, and they enjoy total impunity for this from the elected officials. None of them, I repeat his quote, none of them have been arrested and brought to justice. In December of 2020, President Trump designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, only to be reversed without justification by Secretary Blinken in November of 2021. And I know I asked him at hearings. I asked him privately, but also asked him at open hearings, why? Never got a good answer. Religious leaders in Nigeria were outraged by the Secretary's decision. One Nigerian bishop challenged the Secretary and said, Christian persecution is more intense than ever. And that was Bishop Mamza. And Genocide Watch has called Nigeria a killing field of defenseless Christians, quote unquote. Yet the government of Nigeria has failed to make progress against religiously motivated persecution of Christians despite religious freedom being enshrined as an essential human right in their constitution. Likewise, Nigerian legal framework supports pluralism at both federal and state levels, but glaring contradictions exist, especially with laws that criminalize blasphemy, some even carrying the death penalty. The U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, USCIRF, was, quote, appalled that the State Department did not redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. USCIRF had recommended, and we have the former chairman here, Tony Perkins, had recommended this designation 4 years in a row, from 2021 to 2024, and said, quote, there is no justification as to why the State Department continues to fail to redesignate Nigeria as a CPC. And again, CPC, as you know, carries significant sanctions, a whole broad array of sanctions that the President and the Secretary of State are empowered to level on a country that commits persecution. When the former Secretary of State Blinken held a joint press conference with the Nigerian Foreign Minister on January 23, 2024, following the Christmas Eve massacre, which targeted killings by radical Fulani terrorists and took the lives of hundreds of Christians, he did offer his condolences, and I watched it. I was glad to see that. But we need to take it beyond just saying, I feel sorry for you. And these Christian killings recurred the following year, just 3 months ago. Make no mistake, these ongoing attacks are based on religion and diverting attention from it tonight. Let me just say parenthetically, I tried for 3 years to get the Clinton administration to designate Boko Haram as an FTO, the Obama administration, as a foreign terrorist organization. I held hearing after hearing, and they wouldn't do it. On the day I was marking up my legislation to do this, just that, State Department said, oh, we're going to designate them an FTO. And after all the crimes they were committing, later it was the Chibok girls, it was all the other atrocities being committed by Boko Haram, and they wouldn't even give them the FTO status so we could start investigating where they get their money, their weapons, and the like. Make no mistake, all of these attacks are based on religion, like I said, and diverting attention from it denies that we have seen with our own eyes. This is religious cleansing. It needs to stop, and the perpetrators need to be brought to justice. Last year, the House Foreign Affairs did adopt my resolution, HRES 82, calling on the Biden administration to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. It passed exactly 1 year ago, almost a year ago, in the committee, but never came to the floor. While I strongly believe that President Trump will again designate Nigeria as a CPC and do much more to assist the persecuted church, including the outreach to the Nigerian president, Tinubu, last night I did reintroduce the resolution, and I hope we will have a robust debate and it will get marked up. Help can't come fast enough. The killing fields are every day, every single day, and we need to do more and do everything within our power to try to mitigate it. Let's not forget these horrifying facts. Northern Nigeria, and this is just Northern Nigeria alone, has seen the destruction of over 18,000 churches since 2009. 18,000 churches. I saw 5 of them, totally burnt out, and many people killed with car bombs and the like. An August 2024 report from the Observatory for Religious Freedom in Africa found that 55,910 people were killed and 21,000 people were abducted in the context of terror groups in Nigeria within just 4 years, from October 2019 to September 2023. I would point out that approximately 34,000 are moderate Muslims that have been murdered in Islamic attacks, and we speak out for them as well. I have met with imams in Nigeria, and if they speak, they're visited that following week by one of these radical Islamist groups, and it's not pretty. They'll kill them or do other kinds of mischief. About 5 million Christians have been displaced and forced into internally displaced person camps, IDP camps, within Nigeria. The 2023 watch list released in January by Open Doors this past January found that 89% of Christians, 89% of the Christians who are martyred in the world are in one country, Nigeria. The targeted violence starkly highlights the precarious state of religious freedom in Nigeria. Again, we're asking the president, Tinubu, he's got to take action. And we're going to, I'm hoping to lead a delegation to Nigeria. We've got to raise these issues, but it starts at the top. I've been to Abuja many times. The president has real power. He can do it. And we're calling on him to do that. Let me also say that and I will put the rest of my statement into the record, but this hearing, we're hoping will be a catalyst for action by our own government and also by Congress and, of course, above all, the executive branch. The new president has a lot to do, and I think he'll do this, and then, if necessary, impose sanctions. Where that has happened, there is change. Where it doesn't happen, the status quo, the killing fields continue. I'd like to yield to Ms. Jacobs for any opening comments you might have.
This is Biafra Radio, and we're still here, patiently waiting to get the on-spot account from our correspondent in Abuja. That's why I've been hearing all the intermittent videos we are playing to educate our people. This is all reminders of the event that have transpired within IPOB and what our leader stands for. So stay tuned as we continue to soldier on. Mazi Kechuku, I don't know if you're still here with me. If you're here with me, Mazi, I'm not sure if you're here.
Mazi, I'm here with you.
Okay, thank you very much, my brother. It's been a marathon. So, yeah, so as we are continuing, if you have anything to say, please.
Yeah, while we wait for Mazi Loman to join in and update us on what is happening, give us authentic updates on what is happening or what has occurred in court today. I'm made to believe that, according to information I'm getting, that the case has been adjourned till until 14, 21st, and 22nd of this month of May 2025, based on the fact that the defense counsel ask for more time to gather more information, more useful and vital information before they will cross-examine the witness. The DSS, the lawyers representing the DSS have since cross-examine Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu and asked several questions as few of us, if you have been following, they've asked several questions and cross-examined him, and then he's giving them response according to the best of his knowledge and intelligence. So it was time for the defense counsel to also cross-examine the witness and the information and exhibits the witness might have brought in. But the defense counsel, with their own wisdom, felt they should gather more information before they go ahead with the cross-examination, even though the prosecuting counsel and the chief judge want it to be accelerated today and tomorrow for the cross-examination. But the defense counsel strongly proposed for them to have more days to gather more evidence, more information before they can step into cross-examine the witness. Talking about the second witness now. And at least the prosecuting counsel have also at least told the court that they don't longer have any video to play. Again, after playing series of video, I was informed that they'll play video ranging from NSAS protest, the broadcast of Mazi Kanu during NSAS protest, his broadcast during Obigbo massacre, and then some other broadcasts he has made. Some words he has used, some utterances, and then some of his broadcasts, they're trying to see if they can find a way, one way or the other, to pin on him that he has instigated violence or made people to attack security forces and damage properties. And funny enough, most of the places, one of the places they are pointing out that police officers or security agencies were killed and were unalive, and then properties were destroyed. It was in Lagos. It was in Lagos, referring to NSAS protests, and that's quite interesting because the IPOB Mazi Nnamdi Kanu led are rightly indigenous people of Biafra. And Biafra land, Lagos is not included in Biafra land. So they also cross-examine him in regards to ESN, setting up ESN, and the instruction is given to them. At a point, I believe they also said, accuse IPOB of committing terrorist acts by attacking security officers and destroying lives and properties, which Mazi Nnamdi Kanu rightly objected to and made it firm to them that IPOB-led is not a terrorist organization. Questions we are asking in regards to how knowledgeable he was or he have in regards to ESN, like question like how many personnel does ESN have, and how does he differentiate the ESN he lead from those that are terrorizing. And based on unconfirmed information I've gotten, I believe that I was made to understand that he answered smartly, letting them know that yes, he is the leader of IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra. But then he can't control whatever individuals does. Everybody have different way of understanding his message, and they're making use of it. Everyone have responsibility in whatever. Everyone have a responsibility in whatever they do as an adult, and you can't control everyone that follows his teaching or that listens to him. Also pointing out that the Igbos and Biafrans are Republican in nature, so they are not the people that you can force under one strict command. People are at liberty to do whatever they like or whatever they want, and everyone have different way of receiving his message or whatever message that they receive. That was a smart response, though. It was a smart response, because all these questions and cross-examination is just to find a way to pin something on him. But the defense team, his legal team, were also there to direct him regarding to how he handled some documents that the prosecuting counsel have brought up in court. So we are now looking at 14th, 21st, and 25th, 22nd, 14th, 21st, and 22nd of this month for the trial to continue. Just as we earlier mentioned, that the way the trial was going, we never saw it. I said it, I never saw it ending today. It's going to be a continuous one, it's been confirmed that I was right on that. And but the positive thing about it is that once you resume again on the 14th, which is just about a week from now, we also have 3 days fixed. So it's going to be accelerated hearing as well. And wherever the case goes, this judge in charge of this case now doesn't want it to stall at all, which I'm quite happy about. So whenever I start again, it goes again accelerated. 5 dates. 5 dates will be 3 to 5 days will be set. Dates will be set aside for it to be heard, so that this case can be rounded up as soon as possible, and which is the right way to go. I'm sure the defense counsel are happy about that. The prosecuting counsel, they're happy about that. That's not that's up to them. But that's what happened. That's this among what's transpired in court today. I was made to understand that Mazzi was calm in answering his question when cross-examined by the prosecuting counsel. And some videos were also played, like I said earlier. But there was a time I was made to understand that Mazzi asked them if why, since this case was been backtracked to 2015, why most of the questions they are asking are all based in recent time from NSAS and ESN. Why is the prosecuting counsel not asking him questions pertaining what happened in Afaruku in 2015-16 when he was enjoying his bail, when he was peacefully enjoying his bail at his at his home in Afarebeku Palace, and the Nigerian Security Agency came there to unalive about 28 people and his dog, and he escaped assassination and all that. So, like you expect in the court, everyone will try to play to hold on to that area they believe they have point to make. But we have confidence in our legal team, the defense team, that they will sort out. And I think Mazi Lawman is here now, so probably have obviously we'll have one or two updates to
Yeah, obviously, yeah. Mazi Lawman, I don't know if you're ready or could we still wait? If you can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you. Kindly confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you very much. Today, we also what happened, read between lines, how everything did go, the submission of exhibits, video clips containing a broadcast from the IPOB leader, Mazzi. So all of these, the defense had no time technically to cross-examine the prosecution witness PW2 BBB. So we had to, courtesy of the defense team, pray the court to give us time to cross-examine the witness. So in essence, the court obliged and adjourned the matter until May 14th, 21, and 22, 2025. That's summary of what transpired. Even as we speak, I had to delay coming on air because there is a tension somewhere. We don't know what will be of the whole thing, but I would give us updates after now, and hoping to bring in a lawyer who is here to talk to us. Give us some time to connect in a short while.
Yeah, Mazi, you heard him. Mazi Kejubu.
Mazi, can you?
Yeah, they said Mazi, man, I think we'll give him a little bit of more time for him to, because he's just let's get official updates from them, then we could just shut off. I think that's the only thing we could do for now. But you can carry on with your own, because the stuff you're saying, continue with that before Lawman comes in.
Yeah,
all right, thank you very much.
Okay. Lawman, are you coming back or?
I think he's muted, probably trying to.
Yeah, go on, Mazi.
Yeah, probably trying to organize himself and organize others. It's not easy when you are on ground and sorting things out like that. So.
We have to patiently wait, because we need this particular ending part of this whole thing. We need it,
So that's.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get the peoples on the ground to do the update. So, fellow comrades and lovers of freedom, we are waiting for our correspondents. You know how it is down there to galvanize and
yeah. Just wait a minute.
Yeah, so we put him on solo because they're coming up now to probably will hear my voice, but it's definitely is going to be the one to take over the stage. Lawman is there. We can be speaking, but we just leave him. Once he comes on, then
we keep it lively, and
yeah.
he has a free space whenever he comes
Once
back.
he starts talking, then he stops talking.
Whenever he's ready. So up to date, it's quite busy in court today. It's quite busy.
And intense.
As we know, a lot's happened, and as I was saying before, one of the places the accused Mazi Nnamdi Kanu of instigating or inciting people to carry out damages to life and property, Lagos, places like the mentioned Lagos High Courts at Ilasamaja Police Station.
All right. Thank you very much, Mazi Umeh. We are back on air. Thank you.
Yeah, go on, please. You're there. You're live on air, please.
Count.
Okay, thank you very much, Barrister Loy.
Okay.
We understand a lot of things did transpire in court today. Just if you can, brief us and tell us the new development. Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, we are going to be very brief. Myself and my co-counsel here, Barrister, for you may get more details from members of the public, the media. Why? Because there's a gag order by the judge placed upon the lawyers, with the prosecution and the defense. We can, however, tell you about the peripheral things that happened in court, such as the fact that what happened today was that the prosecution presented witness they presented yesterday, and the witness testified their case, and we could not cross-examine that witness today. So the court adjourned the further hearing the case the 14th, 21st, and 22nd May, enable us have adequate time to prepare for cross-examination of all the witnesses.
All right. And okay, super to that, you know, today is also the case of Benjamin Madabu, which is a sister case to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's matter. It came up today before Justice Bilda Inyako. Because of the absence of David Onwausi, the matter was adjourned sine die until the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is disposed. So from now till when Nnamdi Kanu's case is disposed, the case of Benjamin, Bright Chimezie, Chidebere Onwudiwe, David Onwausi is just.
All right. Wonderful. All right. Thank you very much for the briefing.
And I would like my brother from the United States, Dr. Sylvester Onya, to say a few words. He has been very supportive of this since the rendition in 2021. He's a very strong Igbo man in America. He loves his state, and he came all the way from America to monitor these proceedings. So it will only be fair for him to say a few words to our people.
Oh, very well. Dr. Sylvester Onya.
My able lawyer. I appreciate what you guys are doing for us. My message goes directly to the people that need to hear this. The governors of our governors. They need to stand up for their own. I once told the World Igbo Congress that Nnamdi Kanu is not the only person being held down. It's only both, including the governors. Need their support. Need security in Igbo land, just like everybody have come to terms with all his predictions. And so far, so good. We're going into the courtroom, and I think we want to be there. We're still under guard
for the long haul.
For the long haul. And we're going to stand shoulder to shoulder with our leader.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Muchineke. Thank you.
Yeah,
for everything and also standing by. Thank you for today. The next adjourned date slated for 3 days, 14, 21, and 22. Thank you once again, Mazi. Is there any question as you may please?
No, just that the video, it wasn't, the video wasn't actually, it was frozen, but it's fine. We have to send it as long as the pictures and the voices there, I think is enough.
Mazi, I want to ask a question, please.
Go on.
Mazi Laman, well done. Thank you for everything you are doing. It's not easy. We understand. Thank you very much. But quickly to my question, one of my questions is that what is the atmosphere of the court surroundings? We know that the last time this court case came up, DSS arrested some Biafrans that came to pay solidarity support to Mazi and Kano. So what's the atmosphere surrounding this court sitting today, especially outside the court and within the court premises, please?
Well, the atmosphere, as always, has not been, the atmosphere has not been friendly, always been hostile from time ab initio, So today is not an exception, as some people, especially supporters from people, IPOB supporters, so to speak, and other friends of Biafra, we are somehow, harassed. But as always, everything is in control and nothing is happening, nothing awful for now. We are okay. Everybody is fine, so to speak.
Mazi, thank you very much. At least it's good. Everyone is fine despite the harassment and the negative energy from the security forces. And hopefully you people get safely and well.
Yeah, sure.
But before you go, one more last question, please. Allow me.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
please.
there was a report. There was a report that at a point almost towards the end of today's sitting, that the chief judge had to ask anybody inside the courtroom that his or her name is not in the list submitted as people that should be in the courtroom to go out of the courtroom or otherwise be charged with contempt of court. Yeah, and I was also meant to understand. I understood. Sorry, I was briefly informed by someone that there was someone in court that claimed to be a lawyer who has been secretly recording what is happening in the court. The person was identified and obviously evicted away from the court. Do you have any information regarding that and regarding who the person is, please?
Well, all I can say briefly is today, as always, especially this lab has been strict, more than before. The court had said only a number of persons, about 20, would make it to his courtroom, citing that the courtroom was not big enough, in quote, to contain a large number of people that might want to witness the case. So it was shortened to 20 persons. It's evenly affected most of our lawyers, But in summary, anyway, to answering your question, the judge gave an order, that it will not want to, see more of the numbers, in his courtroom, and also order that very lawyer in court to exit. Yeah, that's correct. And also mandated that no recordings, So in summary, the court order only permitted what is called peripheral briefing, which we have been doing anyway, as we have just, as our lawyers have just, performed. So peripheral briefing, in essence, that matters that are ongoing in court, that are sub judice, are not permitted to be, exposed. So that is it so far, Mazi.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Mazi, Lawman, thank you. I hope we reconvene again on these 3 days. He says it's 14th and 20 what? 21? Is it 21?
14th, 21, and 22.
22, okay. Yeah, we'll keep eye on that date and see what happened that day. Thank you very much, Mazi.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From me, from here, it is good afternoon.
Thank you. Mazi Kechukwu, this is being marathon. It's 4 hours, brother. So we need to wrap it up, bro. Personally, is there anything you want to add before I close the program, man?
Yeah, I think we just wrap it up. You know, there are a lot to say, but there are limited times to say it. But we still have lots of time, dates, and days, and to say a lot. So we continue updating our followers and listeners and people of interest on in other way, either by writing and by in every of our social media. So there's no much point in just keeping us on this broadcast. We've done quite well today, and thank you everyone that has been listening and following us. You people are wonderful, and you agree with us that spent quite a lot of time today, and we shall see some other time. From me, here from my location, have a good day all.
Mazi, thanks for coming. It's been a marathon. Yes, fellow comrades and lovers of freedom, today is another day, and a lot has happened. And you heard from our legal team, as they quote as a gag order, they shouldn't say more. Anything that prejudice in court should not be discussed. Preferably is what the information they have given to us. As prior to 14, 21, and 21st, and the cross-examination will allow them to prepare properly to be able to head on with the so-called witnesses. And we can't thank you guys, the listeners, enough, and those who are going to listen after this program. And we thank Chukwuka Abiyama for giving us this opportunity and strength. And most importantly, our leader, to continue to fortify him and IPOB worldwide, including Biafrans across the globe. From me, from here, it's good afternoon from London. Thank you. God